ancient trade winds to the digital corridors of today, the ocean.
Thank you. India is currently on a transformative journey to actively enhance our maritime sector with world-class maritime infrastructure. Cargo movement, enhances multimodal connectivity, implements state-of-the-art cruise tourism facilities, and much more, while simultaneously promoting collaboration among states and driving inclusive, sustainable growth for our maritime sector. It's our pleasure to share with all of you that the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways is hosting the 4th edition of its mega flagship program, the India Maritime Week 2025, from October 27th to the 31st of October at NESCO Exhibition Center, Mumbai. The program is organized by the Indian Ports Association and shall be graced by the Honorable Prime Minister of India. As a prelude to the main event, Mormugao Port Authority and the Directorate General of Lighthouses and Lightships is organizing today's roadshow to share details about the India Maritime Week and also garner recommendations from the industry experts with us today for the future growth of this vital sector. Today's roadshow is on smart ports and safe navigation, themed Connected Seas, Smart Ports Empowering Smart Navigation under the NAVIC Communications Cell number 5. The maritime sector is rapidly transforming through digitalization and intelligent technologies. Smart ports equipped with IoT sensors, AI-driven traffic management, digital twins, automated logistics systems are emerging as the backbone for safer and more efficient navigation. This connected ecosystem enhances situational awareness, strengthens cybersecurity, promotes sustainable shipping practices by optimizing and reducing emissions as well. Ultimately, the synergy between smart ports and smart navigation ensures safer seas, smoother trade flows, and a more resilient global supply chain. So, without a further ado, we will be starting today's program with a panel discussion, and we have with us a very informative panel and eminent experts from the industry for this. This panel is a discussion on smart port of the future, how digitalization is reshaping global maritime trade, followed by presentations by eminent industry experts from Goa as well. May I call upon our eminent panelists and the moderator for this session to join us with a big round of applause. Our session moderator, Dr. Ranjit S. Patil, Associate Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, BITS Pilani, Goa. We should have a thunderous applause for all our experts who have taken our time to be here with us. Inviting Shri Kiran Nayak, Vice President, Head IT and Digital Solutions, JSW Infrastructure, Shri Samir Ahmed, Vice President Business Process, DP World, Shri VJ Christopher, Wireless Advisor, DOT, and Dr. D. Kumaran Raju, Principal Scientist, NTC PwC IITM. Before we begin, may I call upon Dr. Jitinder Singh, sir, Deputy Secretary General, PHDCCI, the industry partner, to kindly give the welcome address.
Thank you, Bhavna. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, distinguished panelists on the dais and equally distinguished delegates of the DICE. On behalf of PhD Chamber of Commerce Industry, which is a 120 years old organization, I welcome you all to this very important India Maritime Week Roadshow, wherein we are discussing about smart ports and safe navigation. And in fact, as we see that this roadshow is not just a roadshow, it's not just a amalgamation of the subject matter experts. It's basically the deliberation towards the bigger vision, which is we are celebrating on 27th October to 31st October at Mumbai. So this is the Indian Maritime Week. So this theme, smart ports and safe navigation, connected seas, smart ports, empowering smart navigation, this could not be more timely as we collectively work towards shaping the future of a maritime India. By Morgaon Port Authority and the Directorate General of Lighthouses and Lightships with PhD Chamber of Commerce Industry as the industry partner is a milestone on the journey to Indian Maritime Week 2025. So this initiative showcases the collaboration among the policymakers, among the regulators, academia, as well as the industry chambers, how this collaboration can accelerate innovation and growth in the maritime sector. And Goa, as we all know, with its rich maritime heritage, as well as strategic coastal location, is the perfect setting for a dialogue that celebrates progress, connectivity, and the promise of safer, smart seas. So India Maritime Week, as already being told by Bhavna, scheduled from 27 to 31st October 2025 in Mumbai. This is in fact poised to be a landmark global gathering with participation for over more than 100 countries, with more than 10,000 delegates, more than 1 lakh attendees, as well as 500 exhibitors. It will definitely put India on the map of a maritime powerhouse. So this is the vision of IMW 2025. At the same time, the presence of our Honorable Prime Minister, who will interact with the global maritime CEOs, this underscores the significance of this event. So this is not merely a conference or a workshop or a seminar. This is basically a movement towards a Viksit Bharat, echoing the spirit of Amrit Kal, where India charts a bold course for sustainable, technology-driven maritime growth. So this roadshow is more than a curtain raiser. It is a call to action. It invites stakeholders, innovators, and visionaries, thought leaders to come abroad and be a part of this very, very transformative voyage. So the conversation that we began here right now with this panel discussion, it will ripple outward, building momentum for IMW 2025 and beyond. And for Goa, this is also an opportunity because the global spotlight, this will open avenues for investment, advanced technologies, and partnerships in its ports as well as tourism sectors. The state's potential as a cruise tourism hub, this will be amplified, creating new opportunities for jobs as well as economic growth. So let us move forward with the shared vision that the seas which connect us must also sustain us. Together, through collaboration and innovation, we can empower smart navigation through smart ports and ensure that maritime India continues to rise on the global stage. Thank you very much, and I wish this roadshow every success as a proud precursor to India Maritime Week 2025. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, sir. And now we'll begin the panel discussion. So it's our pleasure to hand it over to the session moderator, Dr. Ranjit Patil, sir. It's all yours, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. So we will have to quick start, and since we have to have about 50 minutes with us. So I will go with Dr. Raju. So Dr. Raju, can you please introduce yourself, and then we will have some questions.
Good afternoon to all, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for this organizing this event, which is something very much in need for this hour, and then we need to look at how we can able to proceed further in terms of catching up with this maritime trade. So this is a very important aspect. I am Dr. D. Kumar and Raju from National Technology Center for Ports, Waterways and Coast. This is a technology arm of Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, located in Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So one quick question on digitalization. How is digitalization reshaping the future of global maritime trade?
You know, we all know that 80 to 90% of the trade happens through waterways and sea transportation. And the challenges and the issues that the maritime trade needs is the digitalization is the answer for those challenges and issues. And what we have been practicing is fragmented type of documentation. Even clearances need to go through multiple layers of clearances and all those stuff. Now with the digitalization, we can able to see that we can see the movement of goods real time. Either it is in the ocean or in the ports, we can able to see that clarity, and we can able to track the things in more on clarity. And now when we are looking at future, so right now we are doing it on real time. Now when we are looking at the future, with the emerging technologies like AI, IoT and other things, we can have predictive as well as proactive decision making. That is what we are going to encounter now, the next level of digitalization, which will shape our future towards maritime trade.
Yeah. So, sir, as I know that you are heading the Center of Excellence for this digitalization. So, can you just tell us the roadmap, or what are your next 5 years objectives?
Yeah, actually, Ministry has come up with the what you call vision plan. We have two vision plan for India, which is the Maritime India Vision 2030 and the Amritkal Vision 2047. There are many initiatives which has been identified as part of this, which is like must to have type of solutions that immediately required in order for this maritime as well as port sector to look at. And one of those aspects like that we are looking at is how we can bring our ordinary ports to smart ports. That is what the agenda that we had taken for the next 5 years. So where and all, what are all the areas? Though we learn best practices from international ports and other associated organizations, but what is required for us, what is the need of an hour, that is what we need to look at it. So carefully looking at an assessment in each port, what is required for it, and then how this can be done. That is the roadmap that we are looking at. And that is where emerging technologies plays a major role in terms of bringing up the digitalization, which can do it on a complementary factors.
Thank you, sir. So I request Sri Christopher, can you introduce and give us some idea on the captive non-public network and how it can help us in automation of the ports?
Yeah. Dr. Vinod Kumar, Chairman. Dignitaries, my co-speakers, very good evening. And this, as Dr. Raju has mentioned, smart ports is the, need of the hour. It's not a concept. It is already implemented in some of the countries, and they are getting smarter day by day. So I think that is a good innovation that can happen here in our country too. And before that, let me introduce myself. I am Vijay Christopher, working as wireless advisor in Ministry of Communication. Basically, I do deal with the spectrum management. I mean, allocating spectrum, identifying spectrum for various services. So that is my role. What was the question? Can you?
So the question was, what is the CNPN, captive non-public networks, and how this is helping us in atomization of the ports?
Okay. CNPN stands for captive non-public network. It is a private 5G network. That is a generic term, but in Department of Telecom has coined as a CNPN, which is separate from the mainstream 5G, that this is a private 5G. So, you know, ports are facing always challenges because they are important link of the supply chain management. So always there will be a pressure to modernize efficiency, you know, trade improvement, all those pressure will be always there. So I think smart ports is an important, as I mentioned earlier. To achieve that, we will have to go for the technology. Technology is the solution for all these things. So we have industrial 4.0, that is generic term for all automation. So this way, if you can streamline, you can make it efficient, you know, you can have a remote monitoring, all whatever possible can be imagined through this CNPN, because it gives you a lot of control. And CNPN is implemented through 5G, as I said. So 5G has a inherent characteristics, two important characteristics. We can call it ultra, you know, low latency, ultra reliable connectivity, and millions of IoT can be connected. These are the two advantages of using 5G against any other technology. So I think these things can change the picture for all these ports. That is what I feel this CNPN will be a, you know, revolutionary sort of thing for all these ports.
Yeah. Sir, I have one question regarding the implementation of direct spectrum in our port. So what are the challenges you are facing currently, and how we can make it easy to implement it in the all over India and the different ports?
Yeah, thank you. See, this CNPN, we have introduced a policy in June 2022. So during the 5G auction. So according to that, this thing, eligibility at that time was fixed that a company, it should be a company registered under the Company Act 2013, and it should have a 100 crore net worth. These were the two conditions we have put at that time, because 5G was evolving at that time. So we said CNPN can be implemented through two ways. One is direct allocation of spectrum, and second is utilizing the services of a MNO, that is mobile network operators. Mobile network operators, you know, they build up their infrastructure with lot of, you know, investment in their, including spectrum. They pay around 25% of the capex for spectrum. So there is a, you know, business potential for this 5G operator, in the sense that they can have, you know, network slicing. That means a designated, dedicated spectrum, dedicated part of that network can be assigned to with certain SLAs. And there was also in that policy we have provided two more way they can provide. One is through installing an independent, you know, network away from the public network. And third was that spectrum can be leased also. So these three type of mechanism was inbuilt in the policy in 2022. And fourth was direct allocation of spectrum. See, direct allocation of spectrum was, you know, all this IMT spectrum was basically, we have to auction. We cannot directly give, because as per the new Telecom Act, spectrum for IMT and mobile services should be auctioned. So if you cannot auction, then we have a schedule 1 where it is listed what are the things we can provide through administrative. So basically, CNPN was not at that time conceived as a Schedule 1 item. So now, we have seen the last 3 years, we have studied the demand, survey, etc. And we are looking at a different perspective, how the spectrum can be given directly. That ministry is studying now, it is considering it. So it may take some time to evolve another, amendment to that policy.
Thank you, sir. So I request Samir sir, can you please introduce you, and I have then few questions for you.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Samir Ahmed, and I am with DP World. I head the business processes in DP World, and given the theme of what we are talking about today, I would say that me and my teams, we are primarily users of technology. We ask what more can be done. Our technical colleagues, obviously, they go out of the way to try and figure out what else or how to achieve it. So we are the connect between what our customers are demanding and what our infrastructure is able to give, but then not be satisfied with what we have, but keep pushing. And many a times it's also the other way around. There are a lot of good solutions that are coming up from the technical side. How can we use it? So that's my role in short, but a very apt topic for today. So I look forward to the discussions.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So my first question to you, so how does the smart port truly, will be helping us or benefiting us in terms of, the speed, reliability, and the cost?
So a smart port in our vision is, well, a port is no longer just an individual location with a lot of heavy-duty machinery and vessels coming in and going out. It has evolved significantly beyond that. And we should look at a port as part of not just any part. It is actually the central part of the entire ecosystem. It is a place where automation, efficiency comes together through technology. It is also a connector to all the other things which are enabling growth. For example, free trade zones, logistics parks, then connectivity to rail, road, coastal. So it's actually in the center of an ecosystem. That's a smart port, leveraging all kind of automation that is possible, robotic arms, automated guided vehicles, automated cranes, then data, which is through, we've also already mentioned that, IoT, AI, 5G, all of that giving us real-time visibility, efficiency. When we're talking about efficiency, it also significantly impacts speed positively, faster turnaround to our customers. Faster turnaround is extremely important to our customers because, or the cargo owners, because it reduces the cost of inventory holding. Then visibility, in terms of, there are basically two key questions that everybody who owns cargo will ask. Where is my cargo? When will it get there? Those are the two basic questions. And if we are able to give them that, then they're able to plan the entire supply chain around that. So it also helps our customers in terms of speed, visibility, efficiency. For ourselves, it's also optimization. So it's in many ways, a smart port is a combination of automation. It's very digitally enhanced. It is extremely customer-oriented and focused. The government is doing a lot already. It's about connecting with those initiatives and leveraging that. And of course, last but not least, it is extremely sustainable. Very low in terms of green cost. So those are the various things or components that a good smart port should have. And we're already getting there. But of course, we have a lot to catch up, but we're already getting there.
Thank you, sir. So I go to the next speaker, Shri Kiran Naik, Vice President, Head, IT and Digital Solution, JSW. So, sir, I request you to give bit introduction about you, and then I have just given, but still few more points, and then we will go ahead with some questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much. First of all, thanks to Vinod Kumarji, who called me over here as a speaker. So, and thanks to the team. The most important thing I'd like to tell you that I have just completed 25 years in the sport industry. I started in 2000. I worked with Adani for a few years. I worked with these things, J.M. Bakshi for a few years. I was with DPW for a few years. And so I work all the industries, and from last 10 years, I'm working with JSW. The most important thing is this: when I started in 2015, at that time there was no IT or digital department in JSW infrastructure, mainly in ports. So my boss told me that you have to create IT and digitalizations over there. So we have started in 2015 with 3 ports, Jaigarh, Goa, and Dharamtar. Then accordingly, we are just going to acquire the few ports in 2018, 2020, 22, 24, these things. Recently, we acquired the Navkar Logistics also, so we have started the JSW Logistics. So basically, if you really see all these ports and everything, what they want, that they want that more throughput with a fantastic 100% safety and a security. That is the most important thing. We just don't want to go with saying that, yes, everything is working fine, but when we say that everything is working fine, we have to see the safety first. And that's the reason smart port is required, who can not only help to get more throughput, but most important thing is to go with the 100% safety and with the 100% perfect operations and everything. That definitely digitalization will help us.
So, sir, my question for you regarding the cargo. Okay, so how did you really, I mean, the digitalization of this cargo, like bulk cargo or liquid terminals and the container yards. So how the digitalization will be, we will bring it there for the cargo related things, because you know there is a unique need. We have to look into this all 3 aspects, like dry cargo and liquid terminals and container yards.
As I said, we are having around 19 ports, 16 in India, 3 in Fujairah. So in these 16 ports and then 3, we are basically having 1 container terminal, which is at Mangalore. And recently we are going for a Kolkata port also. And then we are having 1 logistics services, that is in Navkar Logistics Services, which are recently acquired. And then definitely the dry cargo, which is definitely the need of us, because that's the raw materials which we export as you know, JSW, mainly in captives. Because our steel, energy, cement, paint, these industries require the raw material. And our main work as a port to give the raw material to them. And accordingly, we export from our Jaigarh, Goa, Dharamtar, Mangalore, Ennore, and other ports also. So if you really see, to do these things, we need to have dry cargo. For dry cargo and liquid, we need to have the port management systems. So we have implemented the various port management systems in these ports. And where it is container is there, we always go with the TOS, that is terminal operating system, because the most important thing in the digitalization is to go with the yard planning, the vessel planning, and the gate planning, gate automations, and weighbridge automations. So many things we have to implement. So accordingly, we have implemented the port management systems. Not only that, what we did is, for the digitalization, we have created a digital champions, we have created a digital diamonds. I will tell afterwards also how we did that. And meanwhile, what we did is, we have the team of GETs. We have taken few students from the IITs, and we give them the idea about our business growth, and tell them how to go ahead with digitalization, and tell them how to create the various automation, digitalization projects and these things. So, and you will not believe these youngsters are so much enthusiastic, and they are so much hardworking, and the way they are creating is fantastic. And that they use the experience to them also, and that also help us to go with the digital projects.
Sir, the digitalization is not just a technology, it is about the people. So how did you bring the marine staff yard workers and port operators along with this digital journey?
The most important thing what we did is, you will not believe, even though we are having so many ports and so many, even Fujairah also 3 ports are there, my staff is only, we are having the 8 people, including me, on roll. Whereas others, everything what we have done is outsourcing. That is one thing. Second, the most important thing, what we have done and how we are achieving the digitalization roadmap, either as a 2030 vision, is we have created the digital champions. What we have done is we have taken the one person from every department of each port, and every week we sit together with them. We ask them what they wanted to do for digitalization, and accordingly we implement a project. We tell them to implement a project. So that level of a digital champions we create. And after that, what we do is we have created digital diamonds. So what we have done is every functions, for example, one person from operation, one port operation person, another port operation person, like that, we have created these things, and we have just tell them to discuss the digitalization process and everything. I would like to give the one example that recently we have implemented the steel barcoding system at Goa. So my operation head, he has come to me in a digital champions that if we do this steel barcoding coil systems automation, then it will be very much helpful to us. And accordingly, we ask him only that what you want exactly to do. And he gives the solution that if we do this way, then we can easily implement. And exactly we have done, and now I think he is happy. He's here in front of me, so I think he's already happy with that.
Thank you, sir. So the next question for Samir, sir. Sir, I have a question on how should our approach to port design change to ensure new terminals are built to be smart and sustainable from the very start, rather than adding a technology as an after through. So
that is right. In the past, how it has happened is that, as I mentioned earlier as well, you build a port, you have the infrastructure, but then automation or technology would come in as an afterthought, or it would come to solve a problem. So it would be more as a reactive way of going about it. But going forward, this way of approaching it is outdated. It won't work. And in order to catch up and to be ahead and stay ahead, we need to actually have it designed from the very beginning itself. It has to be there designed for automation. It has to be designed for sustainability. It has to be designed for connectivity. So all of those elements of a good smart port has to be inherently built in from day one. So for example, I mean, as part of DP World, one of our projects is this, the upcoming Tuna Tekra terminal. It's a greenfield project. We are already from the design stage itself making sure that it is going to be a smart port where it is connected to the various logistics infrastructure. The equipment are digitally of a structure and of a readiness where it can talk the same language with the whole community or the ecosystem. It will be green as well in terms of renewable energy, or the carbon emissions will be significantly reduced. We're also trying that in many other projects worldwide. For example, we have this, in Dubai, we have this box bay, which is an 11-tier stacking for containers, right? It takes 1/3 the space of a normal space, as in any conventional yard. So all those kind of elements also lead to what we need to build already going forward. And that would be a proper build for future terminal in that sense.
thank you, sir. So Dr. Raju, I have one question regarding the different emerging digital technologies. So can you just tell us about the artificial intelligence, IoT, blockchain, digital twins, or automation will have a greatest impact on building the smart sports of the future? So which basically among these all is basically having the great impact on the building the smart force for the future?
Thanks, Bati. We can't single out the technologies. In this case, each one is complementary. So if you take IoT, it provides us the data. We have sensors, we can able to monitor the equipment health status and also provides the productivity related details. And all this data can go into an AI tool where we can able to come up with a decision making process, whether the berth availability is there, whether we can able to plan our vessel movements or scheduling. Similarly, when we go for blockchain, where we have a secured way of having our documentation, and also it helps in connecting the various logistics supply chain as well. And then when we are moving to digital twins, where we can able to have a replica of the port, and we can able to simulate each and every component of it, so that we can able to come up with some answers. What is the demand that we have, where it requires predictive maintenance. Those type of things can be done. So it is like a backbone. So we need to set the backbone first in order to make sure that we have this integrated technologies and move it together. So to summarize, if I put IoT gives the data, AI analyzes it, blockchain secures it, and digital twin simulates it, and automation at the end puts everything together, and then we can able to execute it in the smart port level. So all these things are hand in hand, and we can't have it as a singled out technology. So that is where it is very important to have all these technologies together in order for a sustainable.
So all these technologies together with the 5G, that what you want to say?
Yeah, including, yes. I missed the communication part as well. So this is also part of it. And then that's where we can able to come up with the, what you call next generation smart port for efficiency, productivity, as well as on sustainability.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
So Christopher, sir, so I have one question on, basically, you know, we are talking about the spectrum bands. So what are the spectrum bands that expedite the deployment of the CNPN? CNPN means this captive non-public network. And how much spectrum can be made available to the CNPN use?
Yeah. See, we have conducted 2 surveys for the demand of the CNPN. So most of the demand came from this what is that called, N77, or that is 3.3 to 4.2 gigahertz, which is used by the 5G service. I mean, not used by the 5G service, in the same band from 3.3 to 3.8, 3.7 is used by 5G, and 3.7 to 4.2 is currently under the satellite use. So these were the 2 bands which was more demanded by the, naturally that is so, because mid-band gives a lot of coverage and capacity, both can be achieved through this mid-band. So some time back we have already identified some 50 megahertz actually. That was in 4,950 to 4,990. I think 40 megahertz also. But the problem is that there is no ecosystem for 5G in that band. So that is still there. It is already there. But in addition to that, we are looking at whether this use of this spectrum by Ministry of INB can be shared for this 5G. That means 3.7 to 4.2. That is around 500 megahertz spectrum. So, but because of the ubiquitous nature of this, cable TV and satellite television, it is, you have to do a lot of work into that before something can be done. That is one of the band DOT has been looking at. Second is, 700 megahertz also there are a lot of demand. But 700 megahertz spectrum as such, it is completely given to, either to auction or used by some government agencies. So we are looking at whether the spectrum given to the government agencies can be shared, geographically. So these two bands we are seeing now for this thing. So minimum 10 megahertz we required, I think, if I understand, private 5G for a small port or medium port. And in the mid band, maybe more, 40 megahertz also. So these are the things.
Sir, what is the role of Starlink is doing now in 5G implementation, if you have any?
Starlink?
Starlink.
Yeah, Starlink is actually a NGSO provider. That is non-GSO service provider. They are going to give, they will be using higher frequencies to provide internet. It's a broadband internet. They can provide up to 100 to 200 megahertz internet. That is what the company is saying. So they have, submitted a proposal to ministry, and they have been given a license also. But the spectrum part, we are, TRI has given some recommendation, what spectrum, how the terms and condition, which ministry is now processing it. And after that, we will take a call on that.
Okay. So, sir, Naik sir, I have one question for you. So, can you just tell us how did the digitalization contribute to the safety improvements and sustainability at your port, JSW ports?
Safety is always 100% must be there. Without safety, we cannot even work. We not even think of it. So, in JSW, what we did is, we first implemented the contract management systems, because there are the labors which are always coming, every day they are coming and going out. And there are huge numbers. And then what we did is, in that contract management systems, that we did the gate automations, we did the weighbridge automations, we did the yard operations. So in that yard, gate, and marine operations also, wherever the operations are going on, we see that the most of the safety we can implement, and that's the reason there is you can even fly the drones also. And through drones, you can see if there is anything is wrong is going on, means even is not use the V and everything. So that is the one part. Second is, we have the incidental cameras, which we have put in our Paradip port and Jaigarh port also. So that cameras, what we did is, we have put the various types of incidents in that. So whenever any incidents occur, immediately the camera take the pictures and send to the the operations and the security and safety department. Another most important thing what we did is, we have put the zone wise. So in that any person, we are supposed to go, for example, LPG is there, LNG is there. So that have to be very, very careful, need to be handled. So the persons that are accessible, they are only supposed to go there. If any person who is going there, immediately the alarm goes to the security and safety. Then the another most important what we did is, in safety is, including the incident cameras, we directly put the alarm systems. What is the alarm system? Alarm system is, if my conveyor belt or if my cranes is working fine or not, that particular system gives the details through a PLC and SCADA data. So that particular PLC and SCADA data we take from the machines, and we see the health of the systems, and accordingly, because they are the used systems and used machines are there, and they need to be very carefully handled. Another most important thing is a man and machines intervention. When we say the man and machine intervention is, we have implemented we have given RFID cards to all the contractors, so that if they are in 100 yards of any reach tracker or any cranes or any stacker reclaimer, so the operator can easily come to know that someone is there near that particular circle, and the alarm, through the alarm he can take the actions. So this is the way we implemented the various projects in safety and security.
Thank you, sir. So, Samir sir, I have one question for you. How does making a port smarter through digitalization also make it greener?
Yeah, sure. So I'll give a couple of examples, right? So the one I spoke about a bit earlier about the box bay.
Okay.
Right? Now, I spoke about the efficiency part, which is, it is in 11 tiers, it takes 1/3 the space of a normal, but that does not make it greener. What makes it greener is you can access all the boxes at any time without moving the other boxes. So that means the shufflings are near zero. You can access it directly. The speed, it is still under in a test environment, but the amount of moves that will reduce makes it therefore greener, because the usage of the RSTs will be significantly different than compared to this tiered approach. That's one example. The other one is that we've already piloted a hydrogen powered RTG in our Vancouver terminal in Canada. The real-time data that we are observing is that the speed at which this kind of RTG is working is just the same as your conventional RTG. Now that again makes it greener. So this is where technology is coming in, not only from an efficiency point of view, not only from a visibility point of view, but it is actually directly contributing towards making it greener. Right?
Got it.
Then we have, for example, our Navashore terminal. We are already 70 to 80% of the energy it consumes is from renewable green sources. That's reduced by almost more than half than what it used to be before. Going forward, we also put in ERTGs or electric RTGs in our Cochin terminal, and we have also commissioned some we're going to commission some in the Mundra terminal as well. So operations continues the way it is just also becoming greener as well as it is becoming smarter. So smart and green is actually part of the same, two sides of the same coin now.
Thank you, sir. So, any questions from audience? If you have any questions, yeah, sir, please.
Good afternoon. I think it was very good seminar, and thanks to the chairman of Mumbai Goa Port, Marma Goa Port, and all the dignitaries here. My question is to the wireless providers, or the panel maybe. I think recently we must have heard in the news that there is a Starlink coming up, which is basically without any spectrum. You will get the speed, the latency, and the capacity for any of the IoT devices. The connectivity will be more faster. So will it change the 5G game, or is it still a long time to speak about it? But Starlink is going to come, that's for sure. And it has got the demo also. I have seen the demo myself in one of the conferences. My introduction is, my name is Dr. Sanjay Zogolekar. I work with Mumbai Port as the Chief Technology Officer.
So I think he could not hear the question properly. If you just one line question, if you ask a bit louder, keeping the mic close to your
You're asking
mouth.
about Starlink?
Yes, correct.
Starlink.
How it will basically benefit, or how it will impact our 5G roadmap, captive roadmap.
Yes, Starlink is a satellite-based service which can provide broadband at your demand. So that Starlink, service is likely to be as good as a terrestrial service because it is at a lower altitude satellite. So its latency is very much comparable with the terrestrial service. So, this is the first time we are introducing such a kind of service. So this is likely to be an experiment for the first year. This we are going to give the permission of, I think, for 5 years only, the spectrum and all. So we will see how it will work out, how they are going to challenge the other services, and depending on that, this thing, because what Starlink has told the government is that they are going to introduce first generation satellite. So as per that, their capacity is very limited compared to the 5G or cellular this thing, a very, very limited capacity. So that way they are not going to challenge this way. But if they go to the next generation, perhaps they will have more capacity. So that time we will have to see.
Yeah,
Thank
any
you.
other question from the
No,
audience?
I think that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, one question.
Just want to understand what is the status of smart ports in India? Which smart ports we have in India, or is it a case of work in progress? And secondly, what about autonomous vessels and smart ports? How they are going to match up? I'm talking about India specifically.
So the question is about the smart sports status in the country. Yeah, I mean, anyone you can take this question. It's yeah, you can. Yeah.
If I understood the question was where are we with the smart ports
Smart ports in India.
For
where
India,
we
right?
stand as far as
So, at least my understanding or how I see it is that we are on a journey right now. The ports are already there to a large extent. So we are in the process of making them smarter through like a hindsight approach, right? We are learning, implementing technologies, and then replicating it in the other terminals. Let's say if I speak for my company, right, or for our company. But then the one that I also spoke about is the going forward port, which is the new one, which is the Tuna Tekra. There is where we are actually going to apply it from the very beginning itself. So that is one example I can think of where from day one itself, it will have all the features and capabilities of a proper, true smart port. All the other terminals we are catching up or we are implementing wherever possible. Some we are implementing some parts of the features of a smart port. In the others, we are implementing some other features of a smart port and then replicating. But a true smart port for us would be, for example, our greenfield project of Tuna Tekra.
So,
what about autonomous vessels?
so can you just
Yeah, I mean autonomous vessels also we are hearing about already being operated in some ports. So where we stand on that also.
yeah, Dr. Raju, please.
Yeah. I'll answer two questions of yours. In terms of major ports, all our major ports are located geographically in a different locations, and also the business is different, and also there are challenges. In terms of smart ports, it needs a strategic planning because there is a cost involved in that. Another challenge is change management. How far we are ready to accept those challenges as well as the new technology adaptation, and also how we are going to give it. So this will be achieved in phases. That is why this Maritime India Vision 2030 documentation has come up, and we have a vision towards bringing in all our major ports to smart ports by 2030. That is the timeline we are looking at, and that is why this type of workshops is being conducted, and we have this Vikshit Bharat. As part of that, we have 23 cells within the ministry, and each cell has a responsibility to make sure that the journey of the ports is directed towards the milestone achievement. Second, I think coming to autonomous vessels, like we are in the very nascent stage, like there are initiatives. We have autonomous boats now. Like for example, pre and post dredging survey can be carried out using an autonomous vessel. For post, that is a benefit because a conventional survey will take at least 5 days with 5 crew manpower, and if there is a movement within the port, you need to move out. So those challenges can be overcome using this autonomous boat. This is the first step that we had started with. Now in the future, like in next 5 years, we can see some game change in this, especially on bringing in autonomous systems.
So to your question, first question about the smart sports. So recently I visited Tokyo port in Japan. So I went for some other work, but I went to see that, how they have implemented the 5G and other technologies. So to your question, I will add that we were literally few years, 30 years maybe behind, and we really required lots of thought process, and actually practically implementing is really required. I mean, we see how digitally they made in Japan. And in fact, in our studies on 5G of all global ports, the Australian port, Singapore port, China port, we have studied in depth, and we found that there is a lots of gap. In fact, the JSW and DP World have made some achievements towards the 5G or the digitalization already, but there is lots of scope for the government ports to implement the technology and look forward. So maybe the huge cost involvement, money involvement, and then but benefits will be also equally there in the near future. This is what the conclusion what we made so through our recent study on 5G in last 1 year of time. Thank you. So with this, I think it's time, it's up, it's 1 hour over. So I request, ma'am. Yeah, we want to conclude, yes. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, we done it, yes, thank you.
So can we have a big round of applause for our eminent panelists? Thank you for such deep insights. And I think the audience would like to pick your brains more, sir. Thank you for taking our time and being here. And as a small token of remembrance and to formally felicitate you, may I request Dr. N. Vinod Kumar, Chairperson, Mormugao Port Authority, to kindly come on the dais and felicitate our eminent panelists, starting with our session moderator, Dr. Ranjit S. Patil, Associate Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, BITS Pilane, Goa, sir. A small memento and a shawl to thank you for being here and moderating the session. Requesting Chairman, sir, to felicitate Shri Kiran Nayak, sir, Vice President, Head IT and Digital Solutions, JSW Infrastructure. Thank you for coming here, sir. Can we have the applause going on, please? Thank you. Thank you, and thanking Shri Samir Ahmed, sir, Vice President, Business Processes, DP World. They're a name in itself, and thank you for being here, sir. Thank you so much. Thanking Shri V.J. Christopher, sir, Wireless Advisor, DOT. Thank you for taking out time and gracing the occasion. Thank you for your thoughts and ideas as well, sir. Thanking Dr. D. Kumaran Raju, Principal Scientist. Thank you so much, sir. Can we we have the applause coming, please? Can I request all the panelists to please come for a group photograph, please? Thank you. And thank you again, sir, and thank you for your presence. We are privileged to have them with us, and they'll be around for a while, so if the audience wants more questions with them. We'll now go on to the presentations from the NAVIC cell. Our first presentation is on the Goa State Maritime Master Plan. And if you can just give us 2 minutes to set the stage, we'll be inviting the speakers one by one to share their presentations with us. Thank you. So our first presentation is on the Goa State Maritime Master Plan by Sri Octavio A. Rodriguez, the captain of the ports. So may I invite Sri Octavio, sir, to please join us on the dais.
Good evening. It's joy and pleasure to be here to do this presentation. First of all, I thank the MPA chairman, Vinod Kumarji, for inviting me for this roadshow for India Maritime Week 2025. Dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings from Captain of Ports Department, Government of Goa. As you all know, Goa is a tiny state, but with rich maritime heritage, which you can see on land, in the ports, and also below the waters. I'll come back to that later. The Captain of Ports Department, I'm just going to tell you a brief thing about the Captain of Ports Department. Established in 1912, and much before that also. And it was known as Capitano dos Portos. It's during the Portuguese regime. And here basically we oversee the administrative function of the port and development of all the inland waterways and the non-major ports and overall maritime, and also the maritime training. These are the resources and infrastructure which we have on 9 rivers, of which only 6 are nationalized. We have 1 major port, MPA, and around 5 non-major ports, of which only 1 is functional, that is the Panaji port. This is the resources and infrastructure what we have with the government of Goa. Okay, around 35 government jetties and 89 private jetties. That includes, the government jetties includes even the floating jetties. Now, as we come to the state maritime waterways master plan. This is the master plan which we need to produce it to MOPSW, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, so that we get the funding from the central government. So that now we have formed the committee, State Maritime Waterways Transport Committee, and these are the members of the committee. This will just help us to coordinate with different departments, different sections, and even with the major ports, to align with them and carry on with this development of the whole state of Goa in the maritime field. The Secretary Ports is the chairman, with our MPA chairman as the convener, and Captain of Ports as the co-convener, and rest all others members. In compliance to the guidelines of MOPSW, we had around 2 meetings held regarding the our committee meetings, and the next meeting will be held only after we appoint the PMU, the PMU consultant. So he's already been, we have already selected, tendered and already selected, but maybe in the next week, he will be boarded. And then we will be drafting the whole master plan. And we have taken, we have informed MOPSW that we will submit the master plan by 31st of October. But we will, try to increase that time, maybe by December. Areas for the master plan: upgradation of the river transportation through ferries, RoPax and water taxis, blue economy development, fisheries infrastructure, promoting green energy initiative under Harit Nauka scheme, shore power supply, feasibility study for various new technologies for solid oxide fuel cells and green hydrogen as an alternative, promoting and adopting green fuels, encouraging stakeholders for usage of electric and hybrid vessels, development of marine fuel stations in compliance with IMO 2020, sulfur content 0.1%. Enhance safety and regulatory compliance as per the new IV Act of 2021. Goa has already started with this IV Act of 2021, and we are the first state to implement this, and other states will follow our model. So now as we go to all the proposed projects of the master plan. First is, through the Sagarmala, we want to introduce this community jetties. Around 9 concrete jetties which has been proposed to Sagarmala in their 1.0 scheme. But however, there was a lot of communication and we got nothing, zero. This we have already pointed out to the ministry. Even our Honorable CM also spoke about this. So now what is happening, we are going to get around 7 jetties. 2 will be done only in the second stage. But now all this proposal will be going to Sagarmala 2.0. So I hope this time they don't dilly-dally our project, and hope we will get some funding to the state of Goa. Otherwise, we will keep on talking and we will not keep quiet. Now here we have one concrete jetty which we are going to propose near to our bridges. This is coming in near to the bridges where the coastal police station is also there, around 200 meters. This will cater to all the cruise vessels, around 12, it will be, the length will be around 200 meters, cruise vessels. It will be a state-of-art jetty, okay, taking care of low draft and even higher draft vessels. Okay, so this way, the similar type of jetty is already been there in our Panaji area, which is having even the impress current system. The funding will be under IWAI or under Sagarmala scheme. The floating jetties. Around 4 floating jetties have already been installed and commissioned through IWAI, about 100% funding by them. Okay, so another 10 floating jetties have already been sanctioned and already been, they are about to be installed now. By December 2025, we are going to finish that. Additionally, there will be more floating jetties which will be proposed in the whole waterways, national waterways, which will take care, which will remove, decongest, and also will give an access to the hinterland for hinterland tourism. This is another request which came from many of the shipyard owners. Okay, so here what is happening, because of our low height of the bridges, okay, they cannot compete in the global markets because the bridge height restricts them to bring to build the vessels which are of little higher air draft. So now for this, what is the main plan is to get the vessel built in those shipyards which are on the other side of the bridge, and this jetty will be installed on the western side of the bridge, whereby with a 200-ton crane, they will be doing the hull outfitting, superstructure, everything will be done through this. So this is in the development. This we are going to propose through IWAI, and they are going to fund it most probably 100%. A mini harbor jetty at Kortalim. As you're all familiar, there's we have many of the barge owners here. Okay, so they have also put this proposal, earlier. So now we have put it forward, and we are going to go forward with it with this new master plan, because we are only waiting for the consultant to be onboarded, and once it's done, and we are all going to go ahead with all this development. So this will be proposed to them because there is a lot of dredging is required in this area. There is a feasibility study going on whether we are able to put these breakwaters at Aguada or not. Everyone is familiar about the Aguada. This is the only entrance to come into the Panaji port. So earlier all the vessels and all the Bombay Goa ferry boats and all, they used to come inside. Even the barges which are coming only through this channel. Okay, so there is a lot of siltation taking place over here. The whole Aguada bar. Okay, just now yesterday we took the soundings also. It is come to around 1.7. So we need to wait for the barges, which I just want to tell some of the barge owners are here. So be careful, just wait for the tide while passing this channel. So similarly here in this also, we are trying to put a sea type of breakwaters. That sea type of breakwaters will be not like, like a concrete one. It will be just, you will be just sinking it down below, around some 100 meters by 100 meters and 100 meters, 100 meters, whereby we can keep all the vessels like transshippers there only during the monsoons. So that also is there in the pipeline. Okay. We have a marine slipway, where we used to do all the repair works for our own vessels. So now that is in a dilapidated condition. So that will be renewed now. Okay, in the PPP mode. Okay, there are many stakeholders who are here. Okay, again, this is another, which will be in the PPP mode. This is the Kampal Lighthouse, which was brought in the last 20th MSDC meeting. Okay, it was during that time, It was last year. During that time, it was actually told by the Deputy Secretary that DGLL will take this. I know today DGLL officers are here. They are, I met them. Okay, so they have done some study now along with our site inspection, but they have requested for some land, which we have put it to the government. Okay, so now that land, it is at archaeological and a heritage site of Kala Academy. So the government has said, has simply declined on this. So we would like to put it across, and we have sent a letter to the DGLL, whether you want to take up this project, okay, on your own funding without assigning to you any land on that area. Only that where the pylon is there, where they can construct that lighthouse. Okay, so reply from them is awaited. So based on that, we will be deciding whether it will be DGLL or whether it will be the state government. Why? Because our state government, our Minister of Ports also holds a charge, holds this thing of PWD, which they can take it up this time. So anyhow, whether DGLL takes or not take, this compiled lighthouse will come up. We have got many beacons and lighthouses in both the rivers, around 7 each plus 2 lighthouses. So these, we are trying to upgrade it to IWAI. So this thing will happen now once our PMU is onboarded. A river information system. This is a must for the security and safety of navigation. So now here we have brought this topic, and there were some proposals which have come from one gentleman over here with his company, Atash Not Control. They have just given a proposal which has been circulated, which has also been given to the IWA for the past 8 years, and nothing is happening. So we will see now how to go forward. With or without, it will go forward. So this is what is I'm trying to tell. Okay, so this RI system will go forward because it will help our state. We have to develop, because all the ports are becoming smart. Why don't our Goa becoming smart? So we will also become smart in this matter. This is the navigational aids, boys. This IWA has floated a tender for this, and soon, but this message we have received for the past 2 years, but nothing has happened. So now we will be following up on this. Yeah, bridge fendering, bridge pier fendering. This is another issue, because many of our loaded barges, many at times, they collided with the bridge. Okay, so now IW has come forward. We have put this proposal, and they are ready to fund this thing. So even the diameters of the pylon and all the bridge piers have been already been recognized, and the data has been given to them. One of the points required in the last mile connectivity, because last mile connectivity, we only talk about the railways, we only talk about roadways and all these things. It is not only that. This is also very important because of the dredging part. If our barges are getting stuck for the low tide, then it will not happen. So that last mile connectivity will not work here. So that's why, dredging, we have put a proposal to IWA, and they are ready to do this funding and carrying out all the dredging work. So this will be done very shortly. We have identified many places to buy GMOEA secretary and GMOEA and many others. Okay, so we have identified various places where we need to do the dredging. So all this thing has already been, data has been shared with IWA, and they are ready to do this. So we will be going ahead with this. There is one issue here about, there is a Betul port. Everyone knows a Betul area. It's a south port where there is a fishing harbor. trawlers are having a big issue while coming out and going in. And the trawler owners always go, there is one lighthouse right on top. They all go on top of that lighthouse from there they pray and they see whether the trawler is going to make it or not through that small channel which is there. Most of the time the trawlers are just, okay. So here a groin we are trying to put is groin over here. Okay, so this feasibility study has been done now for this, and we will be going on with this. Petrol boat, we'll be procuring it. I'm just going a little faster because I think I'm taking more time here. Implementation of ERP software for maritime operations. This we are going to implement. Smart jetty projects, lighting of EV, charging and all, everything is now in the pipeline. We have already, spoke to the electricity department, and this will be introduced very shortly. Establishment of drone surveillance. So this it's under study, and we will be going for this drone surveillance because there are a lot of issues which are coming every day. Even today's newspaper, it has been reported that there are many using LED lights and doing the fishing over there. Today's newspaper is like that. So all these things will be very, very helpful for us to go ahead. The technology is there, but we have to implement. This Bombay Goa ferry services we will be starting. Okay, these are only because of the draft restriction, they are limited. Otherwise, they will be taking directly from Bombay to MPA. Water taxi, this metro, Kochi Metro, they have just they have been given to do the feasibility study for the water metro, Kochi Railways. Now the government of Goa is encouraging all the stakeholders. Now there is a very beautiful a boat here made by mostly the maritime fraternity, master mariners and marine engineers. They made this boat, which is an excellent boat now, and it's totally green. So now the government of Goa is encouraging all the stakeholders to go and for this green technology. All the boats will be green. So now this is a very successful model which has already been implemented and is already been working now here in Mandavi. Based on this now, they will be going for the next, this is around some 40 passengers. The next boat will be around 120 passengers. So now we have this technology well tried out, and this will happen. And recently, DG Shipping has given them the award for Sagar Mitra award they have acquired. So like this, Government of Goa will encourage all this. One more thing is a request. Okay, this is a request from all the barge owners. This is a request from many of the exporters. This is a request from many of the producers like MPL, like GMOA. Okay, so what is this request is, during, there was a long time, almost around 25 years ago, there was a storm which had come over here, and there were some Pakistani boats which have been taken shelter over here next to JSL, Goa Shipyard Limited. So what happened during that storm, 2 of those boats sank, others also were missing, but they were taken out, but these 2 remained there only in the river. So it created a major obstruction to the navigational channel. And more to it, there are almost around 5 barges which were taking the iron ore through that, got stuck there, and there was a heavy damage which is caused to them. And there was also some incident where the boats are also sunk and they have become total wreck and write-off. So now here, we will also tell MPA to make a provision for removal of this wreck. Because this is very, very important, so that, there is now a recent incident which our barge, one of our barge is gone over the wreck and stuck over there, and now for the past 15 days, we are trying to remove the cargo from that and refloat the barge. So like this type of wrecks and all, we will be pushing for it to remove it. 1 minute. Let me just complete. Now here, in Goa, there is a problem with, we have Vikashit Bharat, okay, how Honorable Prime Minister says, development of the maritime field, development of ports, everything has to be developed. 100% we have to develop. But what about the other factors? There are other factors which are coming into picture, like what? CRZ. This CRZ also coming into picture. Which rules they're bringing, I don't know. There are many of the shipyards, they have locked the shipyards. Which is, because of the shipyards are locked, we are unable to do the repairs of the barges. And with this, it just ends up into more trouble, more casualties, where if you are unable to repair, then these barges will sink right in the river channel. So this CRZ issue has to be taken up. Okay, so this, I will be taking out, I have already spoken to the Ministry of Shipping to take this issue, because there is an obstruction coming from this side to develop a port. Next thing is the dredging. Now suppose we want to do the dredging part. Why the dredging material has to be dumped in the sea? Why don't we use it for the constructive purpose? So there is no clear-cut instruction where we are supposed to dump. They should give it to the state government in their policy, saying that the state government may decide whether to use it for the constructive purpose. Next is the EDI by the customs. Now if there are two ports close together, like Marmagua Port and Panaji Port, why do the custom want to have two EDIs separately and have two stationed at two places? Earlier it was at only one place. So this is another issue, because to set up an EDI is a big, huge cost, and to maintain it also is a very huge cost. So why it is not being included? It's the same department. It's the same department. So that's why. So these are the points which I just wanted to highlight. There are many, many more, which maybe in the next time when I meet the shipping minister or in the shipping ministry, I will put it up across to there. Because until and unless we point what is the issues which we are facing, it will never change. Only just simply giving me a talk on anything is not acceptable. There should be a result-oriented, whatever we do, it should be result-oriented. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the detailed plan and the envisaged mega projects. Thank you. Can I request Sri Vinayak Rao, sir, Deputy Chairperson, Mormugao Port Authority, to please felicitate sir. Thank you for taking our time and being here. And a big round of applause for sir. I think there are a lot of opportunities on the anvil, and the industry can take part in all the mega projects that have been decided. Thank you again, sir. Our next presentation is on the role of AI and big data in vessel traffic management systems, VTMS, by Shri Jinofer Bhujwala, Chairman and Managing Director, Atash Nor Control Limited. Can I request sir to please join us on the dais for his presentation?
Yeah. Sorry? 15 minutes. I was told 25 minutes now. Anyway. Yeah. Respected dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, first of all, for giving me this opportunity to give a presentation on the subject. As everybody knows, AI is everywhere nowadays. In all sectors, you will find AI, but very few people know how actually it is functioning and what is its role specifically in VTMS. So here I am going to tell you how it functions and what will be the role of AIS, which is already there, functioning in some of our ports. So, and before, I'll quickly run through the little more details and the profile of my company. Athos has got different verticals. One of that is Maritime. We are VTS system integrator. We do VTMS even on a boot basis. We have some time back talked about the VTS on a boot or in the Goa as well, but that has fizzled out for some reasons. We also do surface and underwater surveillance, river information system for IWAI. We have got a VTS training center, which is being accredited by DGLL, and it is being used and going as per the ILR recommendations. Lately, we have introduced drone detection system, but that is not the subject over here to discuss. Athos is also into renewable energy. We are manufacturing radar antennas. We have our own design, and now we are started designing Ku-band radar antennas as well. Rotary joint, which is a very important part of the radar antenna, that is also we are manufacturing VHF and UHF duplexers, and we are also we have developed MQTT gateways and SCADA softwares. As far as industrial automation is concerned, automation solutions we are providing, and the manufacturing of HMI, IOs, PLCs, VFD, GSM gateways are underway. We are procuring satellite-based SCADA radios from ORBCOM. Athos has received many awards and appreciation from Coast Guard and Navy for giving them a timely information. The other two pictures which you see, where you will see our Honorable Prime Minister, Narendra Modi ji. These are the pictures taken during the, when the Athos Gulf of Khambat VTMS boot project was getting commissioned. We have some of our customers. The very first is Marmo Goa Port Trust, which our contract was over this year. Our partners, Kongsberg, it's a Norwegian company. They are having 49% equity stake in our company. Terma, we are highly relying on them for the radar supply and drone detection system. And ORBCOM is from where we are buying our SCADA radios. Now, everybody knows VTMS over here. Why VTMS? It is to enhance the maritime safety, boosting port efficiency, and strengthening the security, in nutshell. But then how AI works? See, AI is more or less, you must have seen that we call it artificial intelligence. And that means it is behaving like a human. What we do whenever we have some issues or we have to take some decisions, we rely on some data which are coming to us. Similarly, artificial intelligence is also doing the same thing. It is, first of all, gathering all the data, processing that data, and then taking decisions on considering the past experience. So it is training itself by the data which is coming to artificial intelligence. So if I say that if I put a software which is having artificial intelligence built in for a VTMS, but let me tell you, it is not going to work on the first day. It has to have a detailed data, lots of data for taking certain what we call it, decisions. Now, these are the few programming languages used for the creating artificial intelligence: Python, R, Java, Scala, C++, Julia, MATLAB. So let us not go in depth. We'll go to the next slide. Role of artificial intelligence in VTMS. Now this is very important. It is a prediction. It is predicting the traffic by once it has a data and the AI model is fairly trained. It gives you the prediction of traffic. And for collision avoiding, it is a kind of a must system. It is also detecting the pattern, and it is every port VTMS has got certain rules and regulations, which normally we feed into a port VTMS, and then what AI does is AI is having a real-time data, and it is comparing that real-time data with the with what rules and regulations we have fed in, and if there is something odd behavior, like some ship suddenly shut down the AIS, or some ship is loitering around, then AI gives us warning signals. For the port logistics optimization also, AI is very helpful. It helps assigning berths, manage tugboats for the tow and pushing and towing, and predicting estimated time of arrival, so that whether the berth is available or not can be made out. And if the berth is not available, it gives a information to VTS operator, and in turn VTS operator informs the ship either to slow down or to come fast, depending on the situation. Obviously, it helps automated decision support, natural language processing. See, when operator is talking to a ship, it is using certain SMCP, and those SMCP are, if VTS software is having a AI built in, it will monitor those SMCPs, and it will inform the operators if there is some misuse of SMCPs. Sorry, I will go back. This computer vision is very, very important. In modern VTS, we have cameras, normal cameras and IR cameras, which keeps on giving visual data to VTMS. And that visual data of VTMS is generally compared with the already existing data which AI is already having it. So then AI will come to know whether it is a cargo ship or it is a passenger ferry or whichever, it's a fishing boat or what. So if there, and at the same time, operator is also feeding that data which they have received from the VTS by way of communication. And if there is any difference, obviously AI will point it out, then there is a difference. You are saying it is a cargo ship, but no, it is a passenger ferry which is coming. So that way, AI keep checking and monitoring what operator is doing. Now, let us talk about what are the data sources which are coming to VTMS. When we talk about big data, where that big data is coming from. First is AIS, Automatic Identification System. This automatic identification system is now getting connected with VDES. Same AIS will be transmitting VDES data. VDES, as you know, it stands for VHF Data Exchange Server, Exchange System. As it is, AIS is giving you 13 dynamic data and 11 static data. So those data, AI is looking at those data, and it is doing its own, applying own what you call it, it is applying its own logic, basically. Apart from AIS and VDES, radar is another sensor. Whether AI is there on the vessel or AI is not there on the vessel, radar keep reflecting those echoes. And amount of visual data. Satellite AIS, whenever in those VTS where we need to communicate or we want a ETA of the vessels from the long distance, we apply satellite AIS over there. Of the vessels which is not within the range of terrestrial AIS. So again, those data are also getting coming to VTS. Weather and oceanographic sensors, that is also every second they are sending you data like wind, tide, wave, rainfall, current, temperature. So all those data are also coming to VTS, which operator as well as AI is also monitoring and guiding the operator what should be the action. Suppose there is a heavy rainfall, or suppose a ship is going on a course to ground where the depth of the draft is not enough. Obviously, if the operator is not giving warning to the concerned vessel in time, AI will automatically inform operator, give a warning to operator to inform the vessel on time. Because AI is simultaneously monitoring the communication as well. So, sonar. Now, suppose at some places we also need to monitor what is going on under the water, underwater surveillance. So sonars, if the sonars are placed on the bed of the sea or a river, say, it can give you the time to time, and it has been to be used. Streaming real-time vessel data from multi-sensors. These sensors which I listed in my previous slide, it was only maybe for one particular port. But if you look at the Gulf of Kutch, which DGLL has already installed and operating, and if you see the Gulf of Khambat, there are multiple sensors like this. Like, for example, the Gulf of Kutch is having 11 radars. Gulf of Khambat is having 7 radars. So all this, and each place there are AIS, there is a hydrological and meteorological sensors. So there are humongous amount of data is coming from all this place to one control station, VTMS. So, now, worldwide, what is the scenario? Somebody was asking that where do we stand? If you see worldwide, VTS and VTMS has mandatory, and many advanced ports are already having a VTMS with AI and big data in place. Singapore is an ideal example. Rotterdam, Shanghai port, Dubai port. The picture what you see is the control station of Singapore VTMS. In the Indian context, The left side picture shows the Gulf of Kutch VTMS, and side picture shows you the Gulf of Khambat VTMS control room. At both the places, the software is already having AI running in background. Challenges. The challenges are obvious. First is cost, because the lot of sensors required to be installed, and so obviously cost is the biggest challenge. Data quality. When we talk about data quality, when we are talking about a VTS sharing data from many sensors, that means we are online. Once we are online, obviously we are open to cyber attacks, and that is the biggest challenge we are facing as on date. And it can be, of course, addressed normally. Now, human interface is also very important. More and more VTMS are becoming a smart VTMS. So obviously, we require smart operators as well. No machine is useful without having a proper operators. So smart operators are required, and that is a big challenge nowadays. So if I have to conclude, the AI and big data have transformed the radar and AIS normal monitoring system into a very intelligent communication and control center. Today, as you know, it is successful in major ports, improving safety, efficiency, and security. But as everybody knows, we have a long way to go. Lot of other ports require to be integrated and with the AI and good software. Thank you very much. I'm here to, if you have any questions. Yep. I cannot hear him properly. What are sensors for?
Sir, Atul Jadhav here. Do you have any sensors which also measure significant wave height in a port area or along the coast? Have you installed such?
Say again, keep your mic a little away because it is creating echo.
Do you have any sensors which can online measure the significant wave height along the coast or in the ports?
Yeah, of course. Of course, there are hydrological sensors are there, which can give you the wave height, current, temperature.
So in Goa, which other ports we are on the western?
Which are the ports who are already having it?
Yeah.
I distinctly remember when we installed Chennai Port Trust, VTMS port, VTMS, we had a data boy which was giving this kind of data to VTMS. But I don't know what is the situation at present, whether it is still functioning or not. That contract is no more with us.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, welcome. Anybody else? Okay, thank you very much for your patience listening.
Thank you so much, sir. And can I request Shri Kulwant Singh Ji, Deputy Director General DGLL, to kindly felicitate sir and for sharing the future of smart navigation. Thank you so much, sir. A big round of applause for Shri Jennifer Bhujwala, sir, Chairman and Managing Director, Atash Nor Control Limited.
Excuse me, sir. Madam, I have one
Can we
question.
take the questions offline?
yes.
Because we have to, finish the presentations before the CM comes. Sir is available here. We can take the questions offline. Thank you, ma'am. So now it's our pleasure to welcome Lieutenant Commander Ankit Kaur, Senior Business Developer, Therma India, to please join us on stage. His presentation is on the future ATONs, enhancing navigational safety through latest technologies.
Shri Mukesh Mangal, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Dr. Vinod Kumar, Chairperson, MPA, Shri N. Muruganandan, DG DGLL, esteemed speakers, panelists, mariners, ladies and gentlemen. A very good evening and Jai Hind to all. I am Lieutenant Commander Ankit and I represent Business Development and Sales for Therma in India. Thank you very much, first of all, for bringing us once again to Goa for this lovely Maritime Week roadshow. I want to actually start my presentation with a small confession and a small contradicting thought to what our panelist, Dr. Ranjit, had, and in fact, Dr. Bhujwala also shared this. We compare our ports to the global ports, Singapore, Shanghai, and we say that they are smarter, they are 10 to 20, 30 years ahead than us. But we forget to mention, or I would like to quote something from the very renowned University of WhatsApp on what we rely on nowadays. The technology, it's prudent to say and acknowledge that we are lagging behind. Probably, like Sir mentioned, we are on a journey of becoming smarter and smarter day by day. But we as a global company, we are present on more than 90% of the ports globally. Please remember that the people who are running these ports, the technologies these ports are running behind, majority of people are Indians. And we should be proud of the fact that we are enabling the future ports globally with technologies. And it's just the mindset, it's just the right people, right technology that we have to bring back to India. And that is where we will have the change. The small confession that I want to start, I will be quick on my presentation because I don't want to have a red slip or a challan to me. So I'll be very fast, very conserved about the time. But yes, the confession is that actually, if we see in today's time, at least me, I cannot go to my nearby grocery shop near my home without a GPS or Google Maps being enabled. That is the time we are living today. And imagine 100,000 ton of a ship all alone in the sea. And if we don't have these smarter aids to navigation, what is the plight over there? These ships at sea, I coming from a naval background, I can tell you, I can assure you that the ships at sea, though they have the latest technology, but it is the men who run the ship. If they have a situation where the safe navigation is not ensured, then it is something, maybe the thought that I would like to change in this is we have to have an approach of safe navigation first, and then comes the smart ports. We first have to ensure how we make the navigation as safe as possible, how to make it more efficient, and then maybe we switch to a smarter port concept. To start with, the flow of my presentation is as flash. I will like to introduce my company to all of you, though Therma is a known name in ports today, and then we will talk about what are the ATONs, how the evolution of ATONs have happened throughout the years, and what is the role of radars. Those who are not aware about that, maybe it's a good time to have a look of how radars can actually add to the future of the ATONs. There are autonomous vessels that are no more a future, they are reality in India. A lot of companies are already doing that. How they will have aid to the navigation, how we have to revamp the complete infrastructure when it comes to aids to navigation, that is what I talk about. But yes, to start off, I will introduce my company. and then maybe I will remove the sales hat from my side and have a very neutral talk with you about how the technology is driving the ports. Terma, as some of you know, it's a 75-year-old Danish company. It's a very well-established brand. We are not merely a defense, aerospace, or a security company. We are a technology company. We listen to our customers very carefully, and whatever the direction the market is taking, we try to inculcate those technologies into our products and try to solve problems firsthand. The legacy of Terma goes 75 years back. As I told you, we were established in 1949. The picture that you see is actually a refrigerator out of which a radar was developed in 1952. And from there, a transformational journey has been taken by Terma, where this is the kind of vessel trafficking radar, a fully solid state radar that we supply nowadays. It's a global company. As I mentioned, we have offices throughout the globe. In Asia Pacific, we have an office in Singapore, and the India office reports at Bangalore. If we talk about our markets, we are on ground in form of vessel traffic systems, in coastal surveillance radars. At sea, we are present on naval warship in form of combat management system, shaft launchers, navigation radars, surveillance radars. We are actually tier 1 suppliers to Lockheed Martin for the F-35. We do a lot of pylons and aerostructures for the F-35s. And then in space, we provide the battery, the star trackers for the space satellites. That is what the market that we address. As I told that we have more than 3,000 radars installed globally, which are supporting ports for the vessel trafficking systems. 19 of the top 20 industrial ports in whole over the world are supported by, empowered by Terma radars. Why the global ports rely on Terma? We will get to that in later subsequent slides. Another important offering that we have added to our portfolio is critical infrastructure protection. Nowadays, we see that a lot of, in fact, the ports in India are being considered as critical assets. There are need to have a solution that provide a comprehensive infrastructure, a wide area protection to these ports because they are of national interest, and that is where we have a solution for that. If you see, we have a solution that is the world's most advanced wide area protection system that protects ports, airports. We have a very, very heavy reference in Middle East and Europe. What it does is it provides you a unified data fusion, comprehensive situational awareness picture of what is going around you. So many a times the technology focuses on what is happening outside my perimeter, but what we do is we not only focus on what is happening outside the parameters. In case of intrusion has happened, the entire track of where it came and where it has went inside the port also is maintained. It happens with a lot of sensors and technology going on. We integrate all the 4 domains, all the sensors can get into it, and it's completely a scalable system. Maybe in case someone is interested into this, they can have a talk with me. I will not deviate from the topic of today's presentation. But yes, this is also one need of the hour. We have recently introduced a drone detection radar also, like many of the esteemed speakers were mentioning that drone corridors or the unmanned traffic system for the ports to have drone as a capability are evolving. The port of Rotterdam, Singapore are already installing these systems. We are into that system as well, where we provide the drone detection so that a corridor can be made where from the port and to the ship, you want to pass some documents or you want to have some verification, all can be done autonomously. The international references are as flashed. Footprint in India, we are a small team in India, but we have a very, very large footprint. The entire coastal surveillance of India, we are very proud that after 9/11, we have collaborated with Bharat Electronics. We have more than 80 radars right now for governing the entire coastal line of India as part of a TOT program with Bharat Electronics. We provide surface surveillance radar on board naval ships. More than 70 naval warships are empowered by Terma radars. We have our esteemed partners in form of DGLL, where we have the entire VTMS Gulf of Kutch empowered by the Terma radars. And yes, we are on the airports also in form of the surface movement radars. So we understand the radar technology, and that is where I want to tell you how the future technology is shaping in terms of aids to navigation, and especially when the autonomous vehicles are coming into play, how radar will play a crucial role. To start off, we all know the dependency, the importance of navigation safety. We can all talk about smart ports, doing the digitization and automation. I understand the importance of that, but till the time safety at sea is not ensured, maybe we are lacking somewhere, and that is where the importance of navigation safety is important. As I told, the ATONs and the VTS are required to avoid any accidents, to have effective port utilization, compliance, and high reliability. But the three factors that we need to keep in mind is safety, efficiency, and yes, the sustainability. How we can have more greener solution to add to the sustainability of the models. If we have a look at the maritime surveillance infrastructure, this is how it looks like. We have the hardware and software components where we have the ATONs that are digital and smarts. Then we have the radars, we have AIS components. We also have satellite as a data supplier in form of lot of satellite data can be put into the VTMS layer, and all this goes into the VTMS layer where the big data analysis, the artificial, the predictive analysis happens. But the core data is going from the sensors. Sensors are the heart of any predictive analysis if we have to do. And amongst all this, radars are the single most contributing sensor and a primary non-cooperative sensor. This is very, very significant because you can have your AIS being switched off, you can have a system malfunctioning, you can have your buoy shifting from one place to another, but it is the radar that is non-cooperative, irrespective of what the scenario is. It will provide you the exact location of the vessel, and that is what matters when you have to ensure safe navigation at sea. So the objectives that VTS is drawn on is safety first, prevent collisions. It should have all-weather capability and a very high availability with redundancy. The future ATONs, when we talk about how the future holds, these are some of the drivers that are driving the change, I would say. Number one is the vessel traffic and the congestion. The vessels are increasing at a very, very fast pace. We have the volume now. There are emerging threats, and that is what, in fact, I would like to reshape the definition of ATON. It's no more aid to navigation, it's more of a aid to navigation and security nowadays, because we are seeing a lot of cases of piracy, cyber risk, and that is where we need to include the aspect of security as well in the ATONs. And then, yes, the new maritime challenges, which I am going to talk in my subsequent slides about how the ATONs will shape when we have autonomous vessels, we have offshore wind farms, and a rapid climate change. And all this requires a need for a situational awareness system that is more resilient and data proven. So if we see the history or the conventional way of ATONs, they are actually evolving from the physical aids in form of lighthouses, buoys, and beacons to a digitally smart electronic ATONs. This transition is actually happening to change the perspective from being just a static marker into an intelligent node which provides you real-time data so that a lot of intelligent and predictive analysis can happen. There are regulatory frameworks like from ILA and IMO that are governing the future of ATONs for the maritime industry. Some of the technologies, I'll not go deeper into all of them, but some of the technologies that are shaping the future of ATONs are ash flash. There are virtual ATONs in form of VDES and satellites, which will reduce the physical dependency of ATONs being at a specific place. We have AI and predictive analysis playing a humongous role. Smart sensors and IoT-enabled ATONs, it's no more a future, it's a reality. We already have those. And then autonomous and remote control buoys. These are also already there in the market. Satellite and GNSS independent systems. We have cyber secure infrastructure, and obviously the green and sustainable ATONs are the need of the hour. These are some of the technologies that the decision makers, the frameworks, the regulators have to keep an eye. I don't say that all of them need to be implemented, but it's a journey we have to prioritize and see what could actually make sense for the Indian maritime ecosystem. As per the ILA, ILA plays a very important role in shaping the future of VTMS as well as ATONs. The focus of ILA is on these 4 points, which are ash flash, sustainability and resilient design, digital plus AI powered navigation system, which is MAS. We have the maritime autonomous surface ships. Now the ships, the industry is moving more towards reduced manpowers and probably more towards having unmanned vessels into the sea. Now, how the data sharing will happen from unmanned vessels and how the vessel trafficking system will evolve to manage the MAS concept, that is what we have to focus on. Virtual and synthetic add-ons for flexibility, and finally global harmonization and collaboration. I think out of all those points, the last one is the key, that how the collaboration between the industry, academia, and the maritime industry will happen. That will shape the future of ATONs. And I will show you a slide on that how, when we collaborate, what could be the power of that. Radar, as I mentioned, it's a non-cooperative sensor which play an immense role when it comes to autonomous navigation. It's an indispensable need because, as I mentioned, it's a non-cooperative sensor. That means it's not dependent on anything, whether it has been spoofed or it can be switched off. It's totally non-cooperative. It's an all-weather day and night capability. It can be sea state 3, 5, 6. Your detection will happen if you have a capable radar in place. Collision avoidance backbone. In case we have the VTMS layer and the radars on board ships, sharing data with each other with all the sensors playing their part, I think that will shape the backbone of how we can avoid collisions in the near future. And yes, the redundancy and the security framework. Radars will also play a dual role, which is onboard, onshore in form of VTS and onboard autonomy. As you can see from the picture, how the data will be shared, and that too cyber secure is a challenge that we need to solve. But yes, the intelligent data that can be gathered from the onshore radars that are there in form of vessel traffic systems and the radars on board the ships for navigation purpose, that is what will have the game in place. Radar's role in autonomous maritime ecosystem would be autonomous collision avoidance, navigation in GNS denied environment, smart port infrastructure, and maritime security. The advancements are ash flash. The world of radars is more moving into predictive analysis, into AI and cognitive recognition. We don't require multiple sensors now fusing into getting the data for classification. Terma as a company is also working on a project where, based on the radar ID, the track you generate, we could actually classify a vehicle, that what kind of vehicle it is. Compact, high-resolution, solid-state radars, and a remote health monitoring. Essential capabilities for an effective VTS operation are ash flash. We need detection of small targets even at longer ranges. That means we need good range resolution. If two targets are near to each other, one a large vessel and a small vessel, the radar should be able to discriminate between both the targets. It should have a clear picture and a very high reliability factor. The requirements are ash flashed. I'll not go into the technicalities of this, but yes, it's a subject of great impetus, and I think we all need to be future prepared for being a smart port or a navigation safe source. We need to enable our sensors with the right technology, And the right technology will come when we have all these features in our VTS system. Yeah, some of the examples that I want to give is a mindset change. Nowadays, what we see is that onboard ship, our radar is used primarily for a navigation purpose, but the mindset has to change that it has to be not only navigation, but from the security. I've got my red slip, so I'll be a little more fast. But this is the change that you can see from the detection when we have a solid state, good capable radar. This is the change, what a navigation radar does and how a surveillance radar can solve the problems. The performance in rain, navigation versus surveillance, how a magnetron-based radar works, and what you get in a solid-state radar. The technology actually that is running behind and what makes this radar perform in all weathers with small darket detection is something known as frequency and time diversity. Terma is one of the pioneers in this technology. So understand it like that. If you have to take a picture of me, if you take it from a one single camera, a Kodak analog camera standing in front of me, you'll get only certain amount of limited information. But with frequency diversity, you have thousands of camera taking picture of me from multiple angles with very, very high decibels and pixels. That means you will have more data, more processing, and more information that can be generated. That is what the technology does. The next emerging wave in technologies in VTS is coexistence of drone detection capability. The same radar that you are using for vessel trafficking system can do drone detection as well, because we need to now start thinking one more dimension, that is the air dimension. The threats are emerging from air as well, and we have to think about developing drone corridors as well. AI-enabled trackers for target classification. Cybersecurity. We are talking about data, we are talking about AI, ML, but we somehow put it under the carpet how the cybersecurity will happen. We are building our technology to be cyber-proof, to be IEC compliant, and that is what everyone as a decision maker has to think, that whenever we have the sensors, they should be cyber compliant. And yes, oil spill detection is also a very hazardous thing that we need to address as part of the green ports. So this is also something that we need to look at. The future technologies that, as I mentioned, as you can see from the image, all the vessels that are there, they are tagged as per the radar ID. That means the classification is happening only based on the radar data, and that is what the future technology holds for you. The Port of Rotterdam, I would request all of you to spare some time and read the case study of Port of Rotterdam, because they have implemented the drone corridors in a very beautiful and technological way, how the data transfer is happening between port and the ships via drones. AI-enabled trackers, as I mentioned, where the predictive analysis work. Cybersecurity, the radars nowadays have to be IEC 62443 compliant, how the cyber framework works when the data is sharing between the sensors and the data structure. That is what we have to look at. This is very interesting. As I mentioned, the definition of ATON as aid to navigation may have to be revised to aids to navigation and security, because the future ATONs need to support India's maritime domain awareness also. I know DGLL is already taking very proactive steps into sharing the data from the lot of sensors, and I am happy to say that most of these sensors are powered by Terma radars. A lot of data intelligence is gathered by the sensors into the security domain of the Indian Navy. The future, this is my last slide, and I think we are talking technology, but we need a paradigm shift in our mindset, and the paradigm shift is from the navigation-based sensors to navigation plus surveillance-based sensors, and maybe we should think about including the space-based sensors also into our frameworks. We have to change our mindset from white shipping to dark shipping. We are focusing on the ships that we can detect or they are complying, they are having the navigation for the business part of it. But what about the dark ships? What about the ships whose intents are not good, or start making our technology to cater for dark shipping? Single dimension to multi-dimension. We are more focused on the sea part of it, but we have to think about multi-dimension, adding air and space also into it, network-based to web-based applications, decision support to artificial intelligence. This is very important. Right now, all the decision making is primarily by human, and we all know humans are susceptible to errors. We all can sensors, reliable sensors, data getting into it, and take help of artificial intelligence to revamp our infrastructure. Command and control to cooperation and collaboration, and finally, disaggregated to aggregated systems. My final slide, we need an integrated ecosystem, not a peculiar segregated system. We need physical, digital, and sensor-based ATONs. We need collaboration between government bodies, maritime institutions, academia, defense, and industry. And we need to have sustainable, green, and autonomous ready navigation safety. And I think all of that can only be met if we have collaboration across all stakeholders. As I mentioned, all the ports, all the global ports might be smarter than us 10, 20 years ahead, but it is Indians, it is the people of India who are running the technology behind them. And I think it's time to get the right technology to India and have the collaboration in the best possible way that is possible. Thank you very much. That was me. Thank you. If you have any questions, I would maybe request we can have a chit chat during the tea time. Thank you.
If you have any questions, we can take one or two at the moment.
Hi, since you are in the merchant navy as well, I mean, which is basically ports, and you are so into the navy. Now, my question is, the TEPMA is a global player. So now the strategic information of India, is there any chance to be compromised?
I think a very valid question, first of all, and that is where the Make in India, Make for the World, the mindset that this government is now inculcating is very important. But let me be very frank to you. Companies, the global players that do business in India, they do the business very ethically, though we provide just the sensor part of it, but the data and the crux of the things resides in India. There is nothing that is taken out from the system integrator or the end user. So the ethicity and there are data frameworks that are in place by Indian government that we have to comply by when we supply technologies to defense or for that sake for the ports. So it's a very regulated industry, and I don't think so there is any scope for data privacy or piracy. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question. So basically, I understand your company is operating number of VTMS or VTS across the globe, across the like Singapore, Rotterdam, or wherever. So what I want to know is when the operators, if you are the operator, I'm assuming that you are one of the operators somewhere, when you're providing advisory service to two vessels, you're talking about collision avoidance. So basically there is a liability issue associated with the vessels, the master is liable. So when you as an VTS or VTMS operator provide him technical advice for collision avoidance, so what happens to the liability? Do you have some information on that, or do you have some procedures that the liability is taken over by the operator ashore, or it remains with the vessel's masters? How does it work in those particular countries, if you have an example? Thank you.
I think what I could understand from your question is, in the case of two vessels approaching and there is a situation of collision avoidance, how the reliability is, how the decision making is shared. But let me first clarify, Terma is a company that provides only radar as a sensors in the VTMS solution. There are VTMS system integrators like Atash, Nor Control, Kongsberg is there. They provide the integrated solution for the VTMS, where these rule-based engines are put in of how the collision avoidance will happen. So I think maybe Mr. Jenofer would be the, or someone else would be, I might not be the right person to answer you on how the algorithm functions. But yes, from the sensor point of view, the algorithm will work, the rule will work only when the right data gets into it, only when the two targets which are very close by into the collision interface, they are detected probably as two distinguished targets, and that is what the technology my company and I provide.
Oh, okay, thank you. I got it. So you're basically providing the hardware.
We are just the
yeah,
sensor
no
provider.
problem. Thank you.
Yeah, excuse me.
Yes.
Ankit, a very good presentation. I just wanted to know about, in one of your slides you have shown about oil spill detection radars.
Yes.
So have you installed any of the radars in India, and what is the maximum range of this?
So oil spill detection is not installed in India as of now, because we don't see the requirement coming very frequently in India. But yes, we have a lot of references globally where the primarily not from the VTS side, but yes, the Coast Guard ships, they have the navigation radar which does both the thing for oil spill detection as well as the navigation purpose. But if I go into the technology side of it, there is a trade-off that has to happen when we have the navigation and oil spill detection together into one radar, because the polarizations are different when we talk about oil spill detection. It requires vertical polarization. But saying about my radars, the Terma provides radar that can give you oil spill detection up to 5 to 10 nautical miles.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, sir. I have one question. With AI making all autonomous means automated decision, how do we balance between the human judgment and the machine recommendation, sir?
I think a very, very important question I was expecting this question sometime. But yes, it's a journey. I would say mass or autonomous vessels will come in another 10 to 15 years. Indian companies have started to build them. There are a lot of trials already happening, and these are primarily limited to small vessels right now, not with the larger vessels. But because the maritime industry is as such that the vessel would be on all alone in the sea, I don't see that there would be a trade-off between the human skills and the artificial intelligence.
Yes.
It would complement each other, but it would rather not take away what the human intelligence is doing, because we are at sea and we can't have an immediate help or someone to do something in the case of casualty. So I think it would complement each other. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Can we have a big round of applause for Sir, please? And may I call upon Shri Madhukar Godade, sir, Deputy Director General DGLL, to please present a keepsake to Lieutenant Commander Ankit Gaur, sir, Senior Business Developer, Terma. Thank you for coming and sharing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now for the presentation on space-based AIS for maritime use cases, we welcome two eminent speakers for this presentation, Sri Radha Krishna Kavalaru, Associate Director, Satellite Data and Intelligence Tools, Dhruva Airspace, and Sri Surya Narayana Murthy, Senior Manager, Growth Operations, Dhruva Airspace. May I request both the eminent speakers to please join us on the dais?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having a space company in the Maritime Roadshow here. I'm Radhakrishna and I deal with the satellite data and intelligence tools at Dhruva Space. So Dhruva Space is a space tech company. We make satellites and the entire hardware that comes with the satellites or the space tech. So I'll give a little bit of introduction about Dhruva Space. So when we talk about space segment, there are three different verticals that we speak about. First is space segment, where Dhruva Space makes the satellites and we make the entire bus. So starting with solar panels, the power management system, etc. Then on the launch side, we don't make launch vehicles, but we make deployers. So deployers is something that we attach the satellite to, and the deployer sends the satellite into space when the time comes and the velocities reach on the launch vehicles. So we make the deployers. And on the ground side, we make all the ground stations starting from UHF, VHF to SX, KU, KA bands. Last month, we had our 4th satellite launch in the August. And that satellite was entirely built in Hyderabad. So we're based out of Hyderabad. So today, in this presentation, I'm going to speak about space-based AIS solutions. So just giving you a brief of why we need space-based, right? So AIS, as we all know, it was developed for navigation. Primarily, it gives majorly the location and timing and also the vessel details. And there are multiple data parameters that come with AIS. So identification of vessels if the spoofing is not done. And again, velocity vectors and voyage data, etc. Now, when the AIS was conceptualized, it was primarily for navigation. So we had vessel-to-vessel AIS systems. Then we also had terrestrial AIS systems. But till 2005, we did not even conceptualize that AIS signals can be received from space. So there were some small experiments done, and it was proved that with proper antennas, we can actually receive the same AIS data from space as well. So from then, a lot of satellites that have been being sent to space started taking these AIS antennas. And today, these antennas have been very commoditized, and these are considered as one of the default primary antennas in any satellite that we send to space. So space-based AIS solutions also have multiple advantages over the vessel-to-vessel and terrestrial, and multiple applications, right? So one of the things is that obviously in space there are multiple orbits. There is a low Earth orbit, there is a medium Earth orbit, and there is a geostationary orbit. Now geostationary orbit is at 36,000 kilometers. The AIS signals get diluted while they reach there. So most of the AIS receivers, they are on the low Earth orbiting satellites. And in the recent days, in the recent decade, the satellites form factor has come down drastically. So the satellites previously were made around 1000 kg, 700 kg satellites. Today the working satellites are almost like 20 kg, 30 kg satellite. The satellite we sent in August was around 25 kgs. And these low Earth orbiting satellites move fast across the Earth in the orbits. So it covers a lot of area. So if we make one satellite with a AIS antenna, it's going to cover globally for you, and it's going to bring all the data across the world. And obviously, once we plan according to the latency, we can get all of this data very fastly as per as our ground stations are concerned, right? And especially in the Indian ecosystem, right? Most of the satellites till 2019, when there was no space policy open, these AIS antennas, either we were dependent on satellites that were made outside, or we were either dependent on ISRO. Now ISRO is also making bigger satellites and still makes bigger satellites. And the count of bigger satellites is less because they are very, very expensive to make. Now since 2019, multiple companies have entered into space ecosystem, and now we are making tens or hundreds of satellites. There are plans for India to make hundreds of satellites, and all of them will have an AIS antenna on board, and we will start getting data. Today we may not have that high frequency of a data, but starting in next 3 years, you will see AIS data hitting all of your databases very soon. And most of it is going to be from Indian satellites, right? And why the space-based AIS data is useful? Because you get a global coverage. So this is an example of Chinese fishing ships, right? So if we have the terrestrial data or vessel-to-vessel data, the FOV or the field of view is very less. But here we can track multiple global events that are happening, right? And we can see that there's a lot of illegal fishing and illegal listening that is happening, right? And they are actually close to the EEZ boundaries across the world. Today, everything is happening close to the EEZ boundaries, and everywhere there are Chinese fishing ships. This is on the coast of Peru. That's what we're seeing. And this has also started in the Indian borders, right? So if you see, this is from the very recent days during the operation. There was a naval exercise that was happening, and just on the EZ border, there are a lot of fishing ships. And this is a spike that was observed from the space-based AIS systems. That, okay, there are a lot of correlations that we can do from the space-based AIS data. And what we are building today is something called as real-time AIS. So what happens when we send multiple small satellites into space is that we get a lot of coverage, but there are no ground station distribution across the Earth. So how we are solving that problem is with a recent technology which is called inter-satellite links. So for example, if a satellite is on South America and we need to see the AIS data over there, the South American satellite will actually send the data to probably an African satellite, which will send the data which is above India, and it will downlink it over the Indian ground station. This is how we are able to get near real-time coverage, and in fact almost real-time coverage across the Earth. And so today we have partners across the entire globe who are using this data. So while we are building these satellites, we are also trying to push these payloads onto other satellites which have buses already in space, and get the data from the satellites that are already in space. So this real-time AIS is actually available already, and we are also building Indian version of it. And then obviously AIS, a lot of spoofing is done, as is observed in multiple domains. Again, when you have a constellation, you can do something called as a triangulation from satellites. This is just like GPS, how we triangulate 3 different satellites data. The satellites will actually triangulate AIS data coming from a same emitter. And even if there is some sort of a fake that is done in its own vessel's location, the triangulation will actually tell you what is the exact location of those emitters. So we can actually detect spoofing and faking of those AIS data that is being emitted by any receiver with the virtue of the constellation in low Earth orbits, right? And one more thing we are able to do today across the globe is that we are trying to make something called as a port event database. Obviously, this is not at a very high fidelity as a terrestrial data that we have from radars or any terrestrial AIS system. But this is basically having a port database across the world. And there are different areas inside the ports also that are configured. And whenever a ship sends a data that is triggered, it triggers a certain kind of a port event that is cataloged, and it is again readily available online. We're also making something called as a port congestion, right? So again, this is also with respect to the historical data we have. So we have historical AIS data from 2012, and we are making patterns for each of the ports across the globe with our partners. And this is also something that is there available as an index. So congestion is a relative parameter. So this is also available as an index. So this is a derivative of the AIS product. And in most of these systems, we actually fuse the satellite data along with these AIS datasets. So I'll just show you this again so that we realize what is happening. So here on the left side, you are seeing imagery from a synthetic aperture radar satellite. So in the initial times, till the 3 SAR images we had AIS data. And after that, AIS was turned off for that particular ship. So we are able to make alerting systems that, okay, AIS is being turned off on this particular vessel, and because we also have the corresponding SAR images along with it. So this is from our partner, again the images and the AIS data. So these alerts are also available, and that is how we are detecting dark ships. So this is from a fusion of satellite images with a radar on it and AIS data that is fused together. And both of them today, what we are trying to also do is, this is from 2 different satellites actually. This is from a different satellite, and that is from a different satellite. Both of them happen to be co-located at a space at the same time. But today what we are doing is we are sending radar and also the AIS antenna together on a same satellite, so that the detection of dark ships is straightforward, and that because this is actually possible on a low weight satellite, we are also making it a global phenomena. Right, and at least at Dhruva Space, we are also focusing not just on AIS but also on satellite images. We have satellite images from a synthetic aperture radar, from a hyperspectral satellite, for a very high resolution multispectral satellite, etc. So we provide all of this data, AIS data, RF intelligence data, SAR data, optical data, together on a platform called AstraView, which is again entirely made in India, and almost all the satellites that are going today from Dhruva Space, the data is getting updated there. And all of this is actually available as an API. So if anyone is interested, because I am not from a maritime domain, purely from a space background, but all of this data, there will be a lot of connections and a lot of parameters that you can think of. So myself and Mr. Murthy are available here. So anytime you feel this is of something of interest, you can speak to us. Thank you. If you have any questions, we can actually talk. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes,
I have some technical question. Since you are the manufacturer of satellites, we recently found during the escalation of the issues in the coastal border, we found that the GPS locations, many of the ships reported, there was a lot of variations in the GPS locations. Have you observed any observations through your satellites? What is your experience during that particular period of the GPS locations?
Many of the times during the operation itself in the months prior to August, sir, we have identified a lot of such anomalies. So not just on the ships that are belonging to government, but also from the Chinese fishing ships that are there. They are trying to fake the AIS data. So this is something that we are trying to do basically from multiple satellites. We want to validate the AIS data also. That's how we want to firstly detect illegal AIS data or illegal shipping, we call it. So that is one parameter. The other parameter is when the AIS turns off, which was alive before. So we are trying to find out dark ships. So both of this we have seen actually continuously. We have been seeing tracking, and then we are also cataloging those events.
My question is different. That is okay. Whatever we also faced, we also observed and recorded also. My question is different. My question is, many of the ships are reporting that the GPS, the locations is being erroneously varying.
Yes.
So do you have any solution or study you conducted? Because since you are the satellite launching company or satellite manufacturing company, do you have any such solutions for this is the typical situations. I know it's not the regular situation, but we face this and we are more concerned about that.
So if I understand this correctly, you're saying that a GPS receiver is reporting wrongly the GPS location, which is possible. Again, this is happening from a lot of time. Basically, GPS spoofing is happening. From space-based GPS spoofing is happening, and ground-based GPS spoofing is happening. That there are amateurs with antennas that are trying to emit wrong GPS signals so that the GPS receivers report the GPS location erroneously. So for this, the only solution that is there in the market also, that is coming up, sir, in the next 2 years it will come up, which is again basically a replacement for GPS satellites. So GPS satellites today are again in the geostationary orbits. So there is a concept that we are making that we will put the positioning satellites at low Earth orbits so that the signal strength becomes 1,000 times more. And so if someone has to spoof it, they have to have very big antennas in place. And if they have very big antennas with that much power, we can actually detect those spoofing antennas. So this is something called LEO PNT, sir, LEO Positioning, Navigation and Timing. This is again possible on smaller satellites, for which we are making a concept. And probably we will be launching a sample payload 2 years down the line.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Mostly our ships rely on GLONASS or GPS. So in case both these two are spoofed, in the Indian context of shipping, how do we counter this balance? Do we have any plan for developing our own system or something? I think one we developed, we failed, Antariksh system.
I think there is, Navik is still working, sir. We have 4 satellites already working, and today we have it with an accuracy that is there. In December, I think there is one more satellite that is going to be launched. And I think Navik will be strengthened in the coming year. So till the next half of the year, we will be having good enough satellites in space. That is Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System. So again, most of the receivers today on the Indian ships have the Navik processing receivers already available. And today also it is working, sir. In the IOR, it is working. And even in the Indian region, it is working. 4 satellites are working, and the additional satellites will follow. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
You have another one.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Thanks for the excellent presentation. All your satellites are CubeSats or it's small satellites?
Our satellites, we have multiple, sir. So we have a satellite that is of this size, which is 1U CubeSat.
Okay.
The recent satellite we launched is a 30 centimeter CubeSat, and we have something on the 500 kg class also.
That means how many satellites you have as of?
Today we have launched 4 platforms in space, sir, and we have launched multiple deployers. In the coming 3 years, there are more than 10 satellites will be launching.
All are equatorial? Is it equatorial or sun synchronous?
Sir, all are?
Orbit. Is it
all are, no. Some of them are inclined orbits, sir, and some of them are sun synchronous, polar orbits.
So you will have a global coverage in total?
Yes.
Okay. And as you said, that the data can be transmitted through other satellites as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So thank you again. And can I request Sri Muruganandam sir, Director General DGLL, to kindly facilitate our speakers. Can you call? Can I request Murthy sir to please join us on the dais as well? So thanking Radhakrishnan sir and Murthy sir for a wonderful presentation and for being here. Thank you so much. Can we have a big round of applause for them, please? Thank you. And sir, if I can request you to stay and all the presenters to please join us for a group photographs with sir. So requesting Shri Jennifer Bhujwala sir, Shri Rodrigue sir, Lieutenant Commander Ankit Gaur to please join us for a group photograph. Thank you. we'll take a short tea break. There's networking tea outside. You can catch the speakers for more questions and as well, get more information from all of them. Requesting everyone to please join us back at 7. We'll have the Honorable CM join us at that time with a few MPs. So just requesting all the delegates to please be back by 7. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Hello. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, mic check.
So thank you for coming back, everybody, and we'll commence the program in a short while. We have the honorable ministers with us, and we'd like to give them a warm welcome. A very warm welcome to our dignitaries, and can I have a big round of applause to welcome them for their presence and for being a part of our program. Thank you, sir. It means a lot, and I think it adds value that your presence and support is there for this great initiative. So just to re-begin, it is our pleasure to share that the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways is hosting the 4th edition of its mega flagship program, the India Maritime Week, on October 27th to the 31st of October at NESCO Exhibition Center. We would like to begin with a short teaser video. If we can have the teaser video, please. Thank you. India Maritime Week is India's premier global maritime event, which is bringing together leaders from the maritime industry, both national and international, senior government decision makers, innovators, investors, and all these stakeholders from the maritime sector, which is aimed at showcasing India's maritime excellence, innovation policy initiatives, international collaborations towards accelerating the growth of the Indian maritime sector. This biennial mega event will spotlight India's growing leadership in the global maritime ecosystem, drive strategic dialogues, and unlock transformative investment opportunities across the sector. The program will also promote new business and collaboration opportunities while bringing together the key maritime stakeholders from across the globe. As a prelude to the main event, Mormugao Port Authority and the Directorate General of Lighthouses and Lightships organized a roadshow today on the smart ports and smart navigation, which was themed Connected Seas, Smart Ports, Empowering Smart Navigation. We've had a very interesting earlier round of discussions with eminent industry stalwarts and government people talking about the various areas for the growth of this program. And we are also very, very grateful to all our eminent dignitaries, officials from the Government of Goa, Ministry of Ports, Shipping, Waterways, Directorate General of Lighthouses, India Port Association, GT, and all the industry experts and all of the delegates who've taken out time to be a part of this program. So to formally and auspiciously commence this program, may I request all our dignitaries to kindly proceed for the lamp lighting ceremony, which spreads the light of knowledge and collaboration. Thank you. Requesting Dr. Singh to join us, please. Thank you so much. And can I invite our dignitaries to please join us on the dais, inviting Shri Morvin Godino, sir, Honorable Minister of Transport and Industries, Trade and Commerce, Panchayati Raj and Protocol, Government of Goa. Can we have a big round of applause for our dignitaries? Shri Sadanand Sheth Tanwade Sir, Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha. Shri Mukesh Mangal Sir, Joint Secretary, Coordination, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Dr. N. Vinod Kumar, Chairperson, Mormugao Port Authority. And Dr. Jitendra Singh, Deputy Secretary General, PhD CCI. So to formally welcome our dignitaries, it's my pleasure to invite Dr. N. Vinod Kumar Sir, Chairperson, Mormugao Port Authority, to kindly welcome Shri Morvin Godino Sir with a thunderous applause, please. Honorable Minister, Transport and Industries, Trade and Commerce, Panchayati Raj and Protocol, Government of Goa. Thank you so much for taking our time and gracing the occasion, sir. A very warm welcome. Now may I request Shri N. Muruganandam Sir, Director General of Lighthouses and Lightships, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, to kindly welcome Shri Sadanand Sheth Tanwade Sir, Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha. Thank you so much, sir. May I request DG Sir to please welcome Shri Mukesh Mangal Sir, Joint Secretary, Coordination, Parliament and DGLL, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, to welcome Sir as well. And may I request DG Sir to please welcome Dr. N. Vinod Kumar Sir, Chairperson, Mormugao Port Authority, and the leader behind today's program. He's been a big support in making today's program a big hit. So thank you so much, sir. So warm welcome again to everyone on the dais. And may I request Dr. Vinod Kumar Sir, Chairperson, Mormugao Port Authority, to kindly give the welcome address for today's session. Thank you, sir.
Good evening to all of you. I think for the organizers, it's a very happy scene to have a full house with more people also waiting outside. So we feel happy that the house is full. I would like to inform all of you that Dr. Pramod Sawantji, Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, is attending in an emergency meeting, and he will be attending the meeting very soon. But he has also directed us to start this function. So we have two dignitaries here, Sri Movin Godinoji, who is an Honorable Minister for Industries, Transport, and he has various other panchayat, protocol, and of late legislative affairs also. Sri Sadanand Shet Tanavade, who is the Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha. We have Mr. Mukesh Mangal, who is JS from the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. Mr. Muruganandam, DGLL. Dr. Jatinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General, PhD CCI, is our industry partner. All of you esteemed invitees, senior officers and officials of MPA, DGLL, other organizations, GCCI, CII, and last but not the least, our media, electronic and print media. Sirs, it is with immense pleasure that we are organizing this roadshow. This is a prelude to the mega event which is scheduled in the last week of October from 27th to 31st of October. This India Maritime Week, it is an aspirational event of our Honorable Cabinet Minister for Port, Shipping and Waterways, Mr. Sarbanand Sonowalji. I'm happy to inform you that more than 100 countries will be participating in this event with more than 10,000 delegates. And I sincerely hope that Goa will also play a major role in this India Maritime Week. And we are immensely happy today because the Honorable CM will be participating, and we have Senior Minister, Mr. Movin Godino, and also the Honorable MP Rajya Sabha, thereby raising the stature of this roadshow. And I hope and I feel that this will be one of the best roadshows conducted by the major port cities. Because, sir, the ministry has directed all major port cities to organize a roadshow as a curtain raiser to the India Maritime Week. Sirs, the Ministry of Ports and Shipping and Waterways, they have constituted 25 NAVIC cells. And these NAVIC stands for Neil Earth Vision Implementation Committees. So this is in line with the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister also, that India has to be a maritime power and has to get maximum benefit out of the blue economy. So these 25 NAVIC cells, which committees are being led by the chairman and heads of organizations, are working on various areas to develop the major ports. And we are heading the NAVIC cell number 5. I, along with Mr. Muruganandam, DGLL, we are heading the NAVIC cell number 5, which is working on communications. The mandate of this committee is to bring the latest advanced technologies into major ports and also to transform major ports into smart ports. Sir, we had a session earlier from 3:30 onwards where most of you were present. We had eminent panelists and speakers on various topics on smart ports and also navigation systems. We are happy to say that this committee has worked as a team, and today we have already a roadmap for introducing 5G into the major ports. Because in order to bring the latest technologies to major ports, we need a 5G backbone. That is why earlier we had even the wireless advisor from the Government of India also coming for the panel discussion. Another initiative this committee has taken is, as per the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister, Narendra Modi ji, on Atmanirbhar Bharat, we are liberating the major ports of the foreign software, sir. Because all the major ports in India are utilizing vessel traffic management software of foreign countries, mostly European countries. But today we have an indigenously developed software developed by NTC-PWC, that is the technology arm of the Ministry of Ports, with IIT Madras. They have already developed an indigenous software, and this committee is proud to say that 7 out of the 12 major ports today are working on this indigenous software. So it is true liberation from the foreign invasion in one way, and also what PM Narendra Modi ji is today talking about the Swadeshi, using Swadeshi systems and softwares. And the remaining 5 major ports are also on the way to use this indigenous software. Another thing to be pointed out is even the private ports are also using this indigenous software. Today, the Vizhinjam port, which is a private port in Kerala, they have also installed this indigenous software. And we are sure that more private ports in India will be migrating to this indigenous software. So it is a matter of pride for all of us. Now, about the dignitaries, Mr. Movin Godino, we know that he is Honorable Minister, Industries and Transport. He deals with industries and very industrious in his work. So we are happy to have you here, sir. Thank you for joining us. On behalf of all of you, I welcome him. Mr. Tanawade, the Honorable MP Rajya Sabha, he was just now saying that he is the MP who has asked a record number of questions in the Parliament. We are also getting a lot of questions from sir. So recently, I think on the Cruise Bharat mission also, that shows the quest of information which our Honorable MP shares. And I would like to share with you that he recently visited the port and he was happy to discuss various issues related to the port. And I should also share with you that after leaving, he was asking for specific notes on specific issues. So we were happy to share the information with the Honorable MP. I also welcome Mr. Mukesh Mangalji. He is our Joint Secretary in Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, and he is an active member of this NavicCell 5, and his contribution has also been immense. Mr. Muruganandamji is a partner in crime. He is an additional nodal officer for our NavicCell 5, and he gives all support to the activities of the NavicCell. I also welcome Dr. Jatinder Singh. He is the PhD CCI. He is our industry partner. And I also welcome our knowledge partner, Grant Thornton, and members of CII, GCCI, and last but not the least, the print and electronic media. For everybody, sirs, under the able guidance of our Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawantji, and senior ministers like Mr. Movin Godino, and Honorable MPs, we know that the small state of Goa has achieved many things, especially on development parameters. The Goa state has already achieved top slots. And I would say that similar is our story, because Mormugao port is it is the smallest port among major ports. And we became, sir, the first port in India to follow green ship incentives. We are the first port in India to offer green ship incentives, sir. And I'm also proud to say that the port received global attention, and the Secretary General of International Association of Ports and Harbors, they had visited in February, they visited the port, and they had also called on the Honorable Chief Minister because they acknowledged the efforts of the port in becoming the first port, and following the Mormugao port example, 2-3 other ports also have started offering green ship incentives. I'm also, sir, happy to say that MPA has now been declared as the first green port in India. So we have, sir, received the accreditation from the Center of Excellence in Mumbai, set up by the ministry. And this certificate being the first, the ministry is waiting for the convenience of Honorable Cabinet Minister to hand over the certificate. But yesterday I talked to the ministry because out of excitement, and because I told them I want to declare this and announce this in the presence of the CM and the ministers. So I've got a special permission from the ministry to declare this, that we are the first accredited port, green port in India. And we are also one among the 3 ports selected by the World Bank under the project called Greening of Ports. And the port has already, sir, commissioned a 3 megawatt solar power plant. And we are planning to expand it by another 2-3 megawatt. And we are in touch with GEDA for their advice. So we want to become one of the single largest solar power producers in the state of Goa. Sir, these green initiatives which were taken up by the port actually prompted our ministry to tweet that big or small actions matter. So they said big or small actions matter. I think this can be said about the Goa state also and MPA also. It is with the support of all of you, all the invitees. Whenever we invite you, you are here at the right time, at the right place. So, and your support has motivated the port to achieve whatever we have achieved today, and also with the support of the state of Goa and ministers, and especially the Chief Minister of Goa. So thank you very much for that, and I welcome all of you to this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. And thank you for sharing all the initiatives and the accolades that the port is receiving. Now it is our pleasure to invite Shri N. Muruganandan, sir, Director General of Lighthouses and Lightships, Ministry of Ports and Shipping, to please share his thoughts with us.
Good afternoon. It's both an honor and privilege to stand before you today at this landmark roadshow in the beautiful state of Goa, a region steeped in maritime heritage and coastal vibrancy. On behalf of the Director General of Lighthouses and Lightships, I extend a heartfelt welcome to our Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, and Honorable Sri Movin Govindo Sir, Honorable Minister of Transport and Industries, Trade and Commerce, Panchayat Raj and Protocol, Government of Goa. And I also welcome Sri Sadanand Shet Dhanawadi, Honorable Member of Parliament. I welcome you, sir. Respected dignitaries, esteemed colleagues from the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, respected our Joint Secretary, Sri Mukesh Mangal sir, who is also the Vice President of International Association of Lighthouse Authorities. I welcome you, sir. I also welcome the Chairman, Mormugao Port Authority, who is very inspirational during our all communication cell. He is the motive moving ahead about all the programs and take all initiatives. I welcome you, sir. I also welcome Jitendra ji from the Chamber of Commerce and other guests and maritime community. I also welcome other media and other guest presence here. The reflections on today's panel discussions earlier today, we witnessed an insightful and forward-looking panel discussion on small ports of future, how digitalization is reshaping global maritime trade. The discourse was rich with ideas from artificial intelligence-driven port operations, blockchain-enabled logistics, to the role of real-time data in enhancing maritime safety and efficiency. The panelists brought diverse perspective, underscoring new digital transformation is not just a trend, but a necessity for global competitiveness. The conversation reaffirmed our shared belief the smart ports are the gateway to smart navigation, and together they form the backbone of a connected, resilient maritime ecosystem. DGLL and MPA, proud organizers of this Goa Roadshow. This roadshow, jointly organized by the MPA and DGLL, is a proud moment for us in Goa with its strategic location and rich maritime legacy. Is the ideal setting to explore the themes smart ports and safe navigation. We are privileged to collaborate with the MPA in bringing together stakeholders from across the country to deliberate on the future of maritime infrastructure and safety. We would like to thanks to Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways for given this opportunity to us. As we look ahead to the India Maritime Week 2025, scheduled from 27th to 31st October in Mumbai, is an excellent excitement is building. It will be the platform to showcase India's maritime capabilities, foster international partnership, and chart the course for sustainable and secure maritime growth. The roadshows leading up to the Indian Maritime Week 2025, including today's event, are vital in amplifying this vision across the nation. The DGLL Safeguarding India's Maritime Frontiers. Allow me to briefly highlight the work of the Director General of Lighthouses and Lightships, an organization that has quietly but steadfastly ensured the safety and efficiency of maritime navigation across India's vast coastline. Here are some of our key achievements. The DGLL has got the nationwide coverage, ensuring safe and secure navigation across our maritime borders. The regional presence, we have 9 regional directorates, having 204 light stations, major lighthouses, many of which are upgraded to solar powered using the grid technology with the operating with the solar powered and LED technology, reflecting our commitment to sustainability. We also have deployed the deep sea buoys, advanced navigational system, satellite-based precision location monitoring systems, AIS network, which is one of the Asia's largest network we are having under the DGLL. It is the National Automatic Identification System covering 87 store stations, and all the vessels inside traveling and transversing in the Indian coast is being 24/7 monitored, and it is continuously been monitored for the safety of the navigations in Indian coastal waters. We are also proudly want to say that we are having one of the biggest network vessel traffic monitoring system in the Gulf of Kutch, covering 16,000 square kilometer, serving for the 13 ports. The region handles over 60% of the India's crude imports, making the safe navigation here a national priority. And I also like to inform the members and other audience, the maritime community, that in the capacity building on ILA accredited training institutes at the Kolkata, we are also imparting not only domestic, also the international participants in this navigation sector. We are also developed DGLL has developed the lighthouses across the country, 75 lighthouses for the tourism purposes, and inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister in Thoothukudi. Vision forward, as we embrace the future, the DGLL remains committed to the innovation, sustainability, and collaboration. We envision a maritime India where smart ports and intelligent navigation system work in harmony to ensure safety, efficiency, and global connectivity. We are proud to be part of this transformation and look forward to contributing meaningfully to the conversations and initiatives leading to the Indian Maritime Week 2025. In closing, I once again thank the Honorable Chief Minister of Goa and other honorable members, ministers, honorable members of the Parliament to grace this occasion. I extend my gratitude to all the dignitaries, organizers, and attendees for making this roadshow a resounding success. Let us continue to work together across ministries, ports, and technologies to build a maritime India that is smart, safe, and globally admired. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, DG sir. Now it is our pleasure to invite Shri Mukesh Mangal Sir, Joint Secretary Coordination Parliament and DGLL, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, to share his views.
Honorable Minister Transport and Industries, Government of Goa, Shri Movin Godino sir. Honorable Member of Parliament, Shri Sadanand Seth Tanwade sir. Dr. Vinod Kumar, Chairman, Murgaon Port Authority. Then Shri Muruganandan, DGLL, Shri Jatinder sir. All the members of NABIC cell on communication, dignitaries from industries, friends from media, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening to all. I extend on behalf of Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways a heartfelt welcome to all of you. It is an honor to be here in Goa, a state that embodies India's proud maritime tradition. Today's roadshow is a curtail raiser to India's Maritime Week to be held in Mumbai in the last week of October in Mumbai. As we look for the future, 5 themes stand prominently: smart ports, digitalization, next generation vessel traffic services, future aids to navigation, and sustainability. So we had a very good session just before this function, and all the speakers actually enriched our knowledge in all these areas. So just I will touch 2 lines on each. Smart port of the future will be digitally integrated ecosystem powered by automation, then 5G, IoTs, AI and blockchain. They will enable seamless cargo handling, predictive logistics and green operations. Digitalization of port is reducing bottlenecks, improving transparency and bringing down turnaround time. The shift to paperless transactions, electronic port community systems, and real-time vessel and cargo monitoring will aid India to position as a hub for global maritime trade. For next generation vessel traffic services, the integration of AI, big data, predictive analytics is the key. VTS will evolve from monitoring marine traffic to anticipating risk, optimizing routing and facilitating safe coexistence of conventional and maritime autonomous surface ships with manned vessels. The future of aids to navigation will combine physical and digital system. Traditional lighthouse and buoys will continue to serve our Honorable Minister, Honorable Member of Parliament, who has understood the importance of this event, and they have spared their so valuable time, and of course our Honorable Chief Minister is expected to come. So on behalf of Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, I once again, by my inner heart, I extend my thanks to all of you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now may I request Mr. Ravindra from GTNIPA to kindly apprise everyone about the details and the key opportunities of IMW, which will foster collaboration, knowledge sharing, and progress with the Indian Maritime Week. So for a presentation on the India Maritime Week, I invite Mr. Ravindra to please join us. Thank you.
Honorable Minister sir, Honorable MP sir, Dr. Jatinder Singh, Honorable Chairman sir, JS sir, and DG sir. Thank you for this opportunity. Since morning, everybody has been talking about the India Maritime Week. And we have also seen a lot of videos, small videos that have been played. So I'm here to spill the beans about what India Maritime Week is all about. However, before I dive into the details of India Maritime Week, I would like to take you quickly through India's maritime journey in the past 1 decade. In the past, today, India boasts of 62 shipbuilding yards. We have 12 major ports and around 200 non-major ports. Our ship carrying capacity is 16 million GRT. The traffic stands at 1,594, that is almost 1,600 MTPA. We have over 3.2 lakh trained seafarers sailing across the globe. It is the largest number across the globe. Around 33% of the ship recycling happens in India. We have 111 national waterways, 29 of which are currently operational. The coastal cargo stands at 165 MTPA, and in the last decade, our cargo growth has been 5 times, and the lighthouse tourism has increased up to 18 lakh visitors. Congratulations, sir. So, some more data. 2 of our ports, that is Mundra and Vishakhapatnam, they have featured in the top 30 global ports. We did not have any of the ports before in this list before 2023. Indian seafarers numbered at 1.2 lakhs in 2014, and now the number stands at 3.2 lakh. We have very high ranking in ship connectivity, logistics performances, and ship recycling. As I earlier told, we are number 1 in ship recycling. Our shipbuilding sector is growing rapidly. The turnaround time that we have, that is 0.9 days. It is highly competitive across the globe, and it is even better than many leading nations, maritime nations. And all this is constantly improving. Guess what? Some more data, but I'll not bore you with this data because I can share this presentation with you if you like that. But how all this has happened? All this has not happened all of a sudden on its own. There has been transformative reforms. There have been transformative reforms constantly happening in the past decade. We had the Major Ports Authorities Act in 2021, the Marine Aids to Navigation Act, the Indian Vessels Act. This year, the Parliament has passed 5 new acts. Acts like the Merchant Shipping Act, the Coastal Shipping Act, the Indian Ports Act 2025. They have been passed in the last session of Parliament. Digitalization initiatives like NLP, Marine, One Nation, One Product. These are helping India's maritime sector grow rapidly and become self-reliant. Flagship missions like Sagarmala and Jalmarg Vikas project, they have also been helping the maritime sector become self-reliant. One of the biggest hurdles that maritime sector faced was financing. But financing incentives like Maritime Development Fund, tariff autonomy, they have also played an important role in all the transformation that I showed you in terms of data earlier. Now the focus is on Atmanirbhar Bharat, and the priority is being given to the Indian-built vessels. Now, by doing all that, what do we want to achieve? First of all, we want to increase our port capacity by 4 times. By 2047, I mean. By 2047, we want to have automated terminals which will increase our port capacity by 4%. We want to focus on clean energy, hydrogen, and alternative fuels are being looked upon. So we want to be the leader in Asia Pacific in terms of the cruise traffic, the cruise passenger, and we want to grow our passenger footfall by 10 times. We also want to expand our coastal and inland water transport model by 12%. That should be the share that we are looking for. So now I will come to the India Maritime Week that we have been talking about since morning. So India Maritime Week is actually an updated version of previously held events. In 2016, the first version of this event was organized as Maritime India Summit. It was more of a national summit where 5,000 plus delegates came. There was international participation, but it was not a truly global event. In 2021, when COVID was at its peak, the Maritime India Summit, the Global Maritime India Summit was launched. It was a virtual event. And in 2023, There, the event came back to Mumbai in the offline mode, and there were 29,000 plus delegates from 50 plus nations. There were 380 investment opportunities with 350 MOUs signed, 350 plus MOUs signed. Now this is all about the numbers, how the investment numbers have increased ever since this event was launched. I'll just quickly talk about GMIS 23. There were, as I mentioned, 29,000 plus delegates from 50 nations were there. 360 business agreements and MOUs were signed, which represented the investment opportunity of 8.36 lakh crore. And the good thing is MOUs get signed, but they seldom land out of the paper. But when I talk about this 8.36 lakh crores, more than 50% of this has landed on the ground. That means some or the other work has started on these projects. Now, GMIS, the India Maritime Week we are talking about, we intend to make it the largest maritime sector event in the world. So we are expecting 100,000 plus delegates this year, representing 100 plus countries. And we are hoping that we will have, in all our combined events, we will have more than 200 speakers. And there is also an exhibition. There will be 500 plus exhibitors. And there are, I mentioned 10 plus, that is actually 12 concurrent events that we are mentioning.
Sorry, we'll be taking a 2-minute break in the maritime thing. It's our pleasure to welcome our chief guest for today. Can we have a big round of applause for Dr. Pramod Sawant, sir, Honorable Chief Minister of Goa. Thank you so much for gracing the occasion, sir. He's our chief guest for today, and I think his presence makes a lot of difference in making our program highly valuable. Thank you so much for coming. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye, please, sir ke liye. And can I request Dr. N. Vinod Kumar, sir, to kindly felicitate our chief guest with a bouquet and a shawl. Thank you, sir. With your permission, we were having a presentation. We can continue. So I'm requesting Ravinderji to please continue.
Welcome, Honorable CM, sir. So I was mentioning that we intend to make this event, the India Maritime Week, the largest global event in the maritime sector. We are expecting participation of 100,000 delegates from 100 plus countries. And in all our events, we are hoping that there will be 12 concurrent events, and we are hoping that we will have more than 200 speakers, nationally and internationally. There is an exhibition where 500 plus, more than 500 exhibitors will exhibit, and there will be MOUs that will represent, like I mentioned previously, we were at 8.36 lakh crores. This time we want to cross 10 lakh crores. So as I mentioned that there will be 12 concurrent events. This is about the 12 concurrent events. The Global Maritime India Summit, which is a flagship summit that has been continuing from past 2016. Then there is Sagar Manthan, which we call the Great Oceans Dialogue. The Global CEO Forum, where the Honorable PM will interact with the global maritime leaders from across the globe. Some Indian leaders will also be there. Then Sagar Ratna Awards to honor the contribution of people who have done great work in the maritime sector in India and abroad. Then we have the UNESCAP conference, the Competitive Financing for Blue Economy Conference. We have the Green Maritime Day, which is being organized by Rocky Mountain Group, RMI, Rocky Mountain Institute, then Quad Conference, which will be called the Ports of the Future Conference. Then Women in Maritime. Women have shown their caliber in the maritime sector as well, so we are honoring them and we are organizing the Women in Maritime CEO Conference. The Indian Maritime Heritage, India's maritime heritage goes thousands of years back, so we want to have a session on the India Maritime Heritage as well. Maritime, everybody has been today talking about digitalization and future tech, so we will have a session on that as well. And even though the landlocked countries are not connected to the oceans, but they also form a very important part of the logistics sector, and they also need to be accommodated when we talk about the maritime sector. So for that, we are talking about the maritime corridor sector and locking trade through strategic connectivity. Besides these 12 concurrent events, during the India Maritime Week, we will have the opportunity to go into business meetings, business-to-business meetings. There will be country sessions for international collaboration and investment opportunities. There will be joint working groups between countries. We have an international exhibition where I mentioned that there will be 500 plus exhibitors. There will be policy and thematic sessions, and innovation and technology, which lies at the core of the development, will also be showcased during this event. Ladies and gentlemen, India's maritime sector is rapidly transforming itself into a global leader. Visionary reforms and flagship programs are driving a growth and sustainability. India Maritime Week 2024 is the platform to unite global stakeholders and showcase India's maritime strengths. Please join us at IMW 2025 to explore innovation, investment opportunities, and partnership opportunities. Let's make this event a great success. Thank you.
From the ancient trade winds to the digital corridors of today, the oceans have always connected nations, cultures, and opportunities. At the heart of this global network stands Mumbai, a vibrant maritime capital where ideas, innovation, and investments from around the world come together. India Maritime Week emerges as a truly global platform for maritime dialogue, where policymakers, industry leaders, and innovators from around the world come together to shape the future of the blue economy. In 2025, the conversations get bigger and smarter, with visionary forums, transformative collaborations, and a shared vision for sustainable growth across the global maritime sector. From the Global Maritime India Summit to the Green Maritime Day, Sagar Manthan, the Great Ocean Dialogue to Ports of the Future, the Global Maritime CEO Forum, the Women in Maritime CEO Conference, the Sagar Ratna Awards, India Maritime Heritage, the UNESCAP Conference, and the Maritime Digitalization and Future Tech Summit, to the Competitive Financing for Blue Economy Dialogue. India Maritime Week 2025 brings together 11 concurrent events shaping the entire spectrum of the maritime world. India Maritime Week 2025, uniting oceans, one maritime vision.
Thank you so much. And again, our privilege to have eminent government stalwarts gracing our program today. And we look forward to hearing from all of you, sir. So to start with, may I request Sri Sadanand Chaitanwade, sir, Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, to kindly share his thoughts with us. A big round of applause for the Honorable Minister.
On the occasion of inauguration of Roadshow, India Maritime Week 2025, organized by Murmugaon Port Authority, Directorate General of Lighthouses and Lightships. On the dais, Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawantji, Honorable Minister Mavin Gudinoji, Chairman of Murmugaon Port Authority, Dr. N. Vinod Kumarji, Sri Mukesh Mangalji, Sri N. Murugan Dandanji, respected all dignitaries, esteemed delegates, industry leaders, press, and dear friends. India coastline stretches over 7,500 kilometers, is a strategic asset. It touches 13 states and union territories, supports more than 200 ports, and sustains millions of livelihoods. Goa, with its marine history, vibrant tourism, and skilled population, is uniquely positioned to lead this transformation. Its youth, entrepreneurs, and maritime professionals must be at the forefront of revolution. Their energy, creativity, and commitment will be the driving force behind a smart port ecosystem. Smart ports are not merely about automation or digitization. They are about resilience, sustainability, and inclusiveness. They are about empowering our coastal communities, enhancing maritime safety, creating green jobs, and ensuring that India's blue economy become a pillar of national growth. They are about real-time data, predictive analytical, AI-driven logistics, and seamless operations. But they are also about safety, sustainability, and social equity. To truly empower smart navigation, investment must be made not only in technology, but also in education, training, and research. Maritime institutes must evolve into innovation hubs. Ports operation must be guided by cutting-edge tools, and equally important is the human element, ensuring that workers are trained, communities are engaged, and opportunities are inclusive. We must invest in skill development, maritime education, and technology incubation hubs that also allow our young minds to innovate and lead. The Navy cells, in collaboration with the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, and the Indian Ports Association, are already doing commendable work in this direction. Let us also recognize the importance of community engagement. Ports must not be isolated zones of commerce. They must be integrated into the social and economic fabric of the regions they serve. Coastal communities must benefit from the port-led development. Fisherfolk, small traders, and local entrepreneurs must be included in the growth story. Their voices must be heard, their needs must addressed, and their futures secured. Let us remember, the seas that connect us also challenge us. Climate change, maritime security, and global trade disruption are real and pressing concern. Rising sea levels, unpredictable weather patterns, and geopolitical tension demand that we act with foresight, unity, and technological preparedness. Port must be built to withstand environmental shocks. Shipping practices must be green and sustainable. Maritime corridors must be secure, efficient, and future-ready. India must not only adapt to these challenges, it must lead. The vision is clear: to become a global maritime powerhouse. This requires a multi-pronged approach, modernizing port infrastructure, adopting green technologies, strengthening coastal security, and fostering international partnership. It also means embracing innovation, whether through blockchains for cargo tracking, autonomous vessels for safer navigation, or digital twins for port planning. We must also strengthen our partnership with industry, academia, and international stakeholders to foster innovation and share best practices. The upcoming India Maritime Week 2025, scheduled from 27th to 31st October, will be a landmark event. It will bring together stakeholders from across the globe to discuss, deliberate, and design the future of maritime India. This roadshow in Goa is a vital step in that journey. It is a platform for dialogue, for showcasing local strength, and for building national momentum. It is a space for discovery, collaboration, and decisive action. Initiatives such as Green Port Certification, coastal tourism corridors, and digital trade platform can be piloted here in Goa and scaled nationwide. Goa's potential is immense. It can become a model for smart port development and inclusive maritime growth. In closing, this roadshow is not just an event. It is a declaration of intent. It signals a collective commitment to building a maritime sector that is smart, safe, and sustainable. I reaffirm my unwavering commitment to Goa's maritime development and to India's vision of becoming global maritime powerhouse. Let us sail forward towards smarter ports, safer seas, and more connected world. Let the waves of progress reach every shore, and the winds of innovation carry India to new horizon. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your support and for the commitment. We look forward to that. And now it's our privilege to invite Sri Morvin Godino, sir, Honorable Minister, Transport and Industries, Trade and Commerce, Panchayati Raj and Protocol, Government of Goa, to kindly share his views with us. Can we have a big round of applause for the Honorable Minister, sir?
Good evening, everybody. First of all, at this India Maritime Week, the road show being carried out here, present here, is our dynamic Chief Minister, Dr. Pramod Sawant, my good friend and Rajya Sabha member, who has in fact raised the highest number of questions in Parliament in such a short time, 450 questions, if I am not mistaken. Also present here, Dr. N. Vinod Kumar, Chairperson, Marmagua Port Authority, Mr. Murugandan, Director General of Lighthouses and Lightships, Mr. Mukesh Mangal, Joint Secretary. Also present all the other guests, I hope I missed Dr. Jatinder Singh, all the other captains of industry, shipping, businesses, and all that is connected with the ocean. In the first place, I want to say that we are today, in today's world, and being digitally connected, we are nothing but a huge global village. From any part of the country, from any state, you can connect anywhere and do anything you want. So much so that the global competitiveness has today come into the maritime sector, into shipping, and into everything that is connected with the ocean. And I must say, as years have gone by, as we are observing this India Maritime Week 2025, we all have something to be really proud of. Our growth, our trajectory, which has taken up in a manner that the cost competitiveness, bringing down the cost of logistics and connecting ourselves in a manner which helps our economy is really working. While you have this roadshow in Goa, I wonder whether we really and are fully utilizing our resources, the availability of the different waterways that are there. I think we are not working to our full potential. But with road shows like this, with organizations like this all coming together, and with the digital footprint which is available, I expect a lot of things to happen. For example, you take the case of the MPA itself with Dr. Vinod Kumar. A lot has changed. A lot is being changed. We are shortly going to have being a tourism state, one of the most largest passenger terminal, which is going to be operational soon, which was never thought of or even not planned much earlier. We have cargo being handled to a reasonably very good extent. We have scope of doing more, much more cargo to be handled from the Mormugao port. Our neighboring states, other organizations are waiting for us as to when we will be really becoming a gateway to the growth of the maritime sector. Are we really serious in utilizing all the natural resources that Goa has been blessed with? In other places, they have to make these things happen. We have a natural port, which is the Mormugao Port Authority, which previously was MPT, one of the best ports. Is it being fully utilized? And how much more can we utilize that? I'm sure your deliberations from morning have worked in this direction. Certainly it is going to produce results. But in today's competitive world, as our Honorable Prime Minister at the national level, you look at any sector, he talks of growth, and while he talks in such a manner, he gives you those very ideas which truly germinate into getting those results with which our economy grows. And that's how today we have reached as the 5th largest economy. And it is not far when we will become the 3rd largest economy, and maybe we will even cross that. But the maritime sector has a very big role to play. You have to realize in today's global atmosphere, we have to rise to the occasion. Goa is one peculiar place where even sometimes doing something good, you know how much opposition comes. And everything gets politically linked. Our elections are 1.5 years away as far as the assembly is concerned. Even good things are sometimes being opposed. It is high time our people in Goa, our captains of industry, whether shipping or other sectors, they realize, no, that is only political, leave that aside. Today, when you're digitally connected, you can monitor on your own systems. First, we used to depend on people from abroad. Now we have our own system. You can know where your ship has reached, where your goods have reached, what time it will be delivered. If you choose another route, how much you will be saving on the fuel. And it is a very heartening thing that the MPA has been chosen as the first green port, has been declared. Hearty congratulations to them for doing good work in our state of Goa, to the chairman and your entire team. This way, we have been marching forward. But there are a few things to be done. And with the dynamic chief minister that we have and the cabinet colleagues who assist him, I also expect this to happen. We as a government want to act as the catalyst to help you grow, to help you to get things on a much bigger scale. Because if you don't perform, the times that we are entering into, we will simply perish. It is something peculiar that we face in Goa. Like in Konkani, marpakui gelar rotta ani bore korpakui gelar rotta. Means if you try to do good, people cry. If you try to do bad, people will definitely cry. So people also get confused. We should not be confused. You should be focused that what you are doing is the right thing. Why has a country like China progressed so much today? Because their major transportation is through the sea, through the water. The costs are much less. In Goa, we are blessed with such rivers. We are blessed with such inland waterways. We have not even utilized them even 10%, I will say so. But it is a big challenge for the state government as well. Because here, even I have had peculiar cases. I had one project coming up in a particular constituency. That particular MLA, of course, is not there. When on floating platform something nice was coming, argument that was given to authorities in Goa like Coastal Management Authority, the fish underneath the ship will die. So therefore we can't have this project. Means there is a different type of negativity. It is high time we change our mindsets. It is high time we all work and collaborate to build that particular infrastructure, that particular out-of-the-box thinking ideas which really can be implemented. And Goa is one place I want to say all these things can be integrated, can be done. If you ask me, if somebody says so-and-so is not there in Goa, I will say, what is not there in Goa? Everything is there in Goa. It's only that how we integrate. Today, in our entire country, we are lucky to have a young workforce. We are having the largest youth population. How to skill them, how to upskill them, how to give them the maritime skills that are necessary, how to train them. Both the private sector as well as all the government organizations have to come together. It has to be a healthy partnership, because if you don't do that, people feel, okay, this big, large project is coming up, this large industry is growing, shipping industry is growing. What is there for me? This is what people are asking. As you have seen, there is turmoil in the rest of the world. Of course, it is more political, fueled by certain people. But the sentiment behind that is the youth asking, what are we getting? So you should try to get the youth on your side by skilling them, upskilling them, training them in maritime particular sector, because this is one sector which can not only grow, but can take big quantum jumps. There is a huge potential. And that is what our Honorable Prime Minister wants to do in this country. By the time you conclude your celebrations somewhere in October, as the Honorable Chief Minister was telling me, it is something what happens in Bombay worth seeing. You come to know where we have moved. And certainly, we have moved to a great extent. If I may say, if in space technology we have reached so far as to only quote reaching southernmost part of the moon, that is Chandrayaan-3, why can't we move in the same way and in the same speed, putting all our resources together, all our knowledge together, our technology together, our digitization together, so that we are at the highest level as far as the maritime sector is concerned. You can make it happen. Each one of you has it in you. It's only that we have to get together in the act where the most beautiful things will happen, which will build our economy, and not only we will be the 5th largest economy, but in the shortest time be the 3rd largest economy. Challenges will always be there. Today we have a Trump challenge, but it is changing. The mood is changing, because India cannot be bypassed or India cannot be ignored anymore. Similarly, Goa is one place. In any sector, you can really make things happen. You can really work towards making Goa different. So please utilize, even for transport. You see the pressure on the road. You see the number of vehicles that are sold every day. Ultimately, where they have to move? On our own existing roads. Even if we widen them, that many more vehicles are being sold. So if you change a little bit, whether for commercial purposes, you move to the waterways, even the passengers, even for tourism purpose, if you integrate all this, pressure of the roads also will go. There will be less pollution. There will be less cost incurred. So we have to put all our heart and soul together in this particular thing. And I'm sure this India Maritime Week, especially in Goa, when you have been deliberating from morning, will certainly make things happen, and there will be results for us to show that Goa has progressed, not only in tourism, not only in industry, not only in other sectors, but the maritime sector as well. This is what I look forward to, and I thank all of you for giving me this opportunity. And I'm sure we will have something to look forward in a manner that we will be proud of the maritime sector working in Goa in such an awesome manner, which all of you are capable, who will deliver, who will give results, and take our economy at a different level altogether, utilizing our natural resources, utilizing our youth, making the youth feel part of the whole process, which is most important. I expect this in times to come. With these few words, I wish you all the best, and thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, sir, for your motivating speech. And now it's our honor And may I request with a thunderous applause to request our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Pramod Sawant Sir, Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, to kindly render the inaugural address.
So good evening, friends. The roadshow for the Indian Maritime Weeks, Smart Ports and a Safe Navigation. For this special function, along with me, our Transport Minister, Mr. Marvin Gudino, our Rajya Sabha Sansad, Mr. Sadanand Tanode, Dr. N. Vinod Kumar, Chairperson of the MPA, Sri N. Muruganandan, Director General of the Lighthouses and Lightships, the Ministry of the Ports and Shipping, Sri Mukesh Mangal, Joint Secretary of the Ministry of the Ports and Shipping Waterways, Dr. Jitendra Singh, the Deputy Secretary of the General. Namaskar. A very good evening to all the distinguished guests, maritime leaders, industry stakeholders, and friends. It is my privilege to join you at this important roadshow leading to Indian Maritime Week 2025, organized by the Ministry of the Port, Shipping, and Waterways. I thank Honorable Minister Sri Sarbananda Sonowal ji for including the Goa in these national conversations about India's maritime future. Goa has always been maritime gateway historical and economically. Today we are moving forward with a clear vision to make Goa the model maritime state, rooted in sustainable, powered by technology and open to global trade. Goa is entering the new chapter with the resumption of iron ore mining. The first 12 leases have already been auctioned under the reformed regime. We expected the operations to begin within this financial year, with dispatch of starting as early as January 2026. This will bring job and opportunities for the thousands of Goan families. A revival the bulk of cargo from the Mamagoa port, the growth in logistic, transport, and related industries. Mining will move forward with the strict environment safeguard, real-time monitoring, and modern practices. For our ports, especially the Mamagoa, this will mean the revival of the bulk cargo volumes with efficiency and sustainability. Goa's industry will benefit from the resumption of container services at the Mamagoa port. This is especially important for pharmaceutical exports. Goa already supplies the medicines to over 150 countries. Seafood and processed food, automobile components. I encouraged our industry to shift more exports through the Mamagoa instead of relying on the distance port like JNPA. This will reduce the cost, cut carbon emissions, and create new port support services such as the custom, container freight stations, and logistic hub in Goa itself. Cruise tourism positions the Goa as India's premier destination. Cruise tourism is one of the fastest growing segments in Goa's economy. In this last season, we welcomed 12 international cruise and 32 domestic cruise, bringing over the 74,000 of the visitors. For the next season, we are preparing for the larger vessels and new route connectivity from the Goa with the Kochi, Mumbai, and Lakshadweep. Work is in progress. The international and domestic cruise terminals at Mamagoa port has already 83% as completed. Ro-Ro and Ro-Pack services will soon connect it with the South Goa to North Goa. The cruise tourism supports the hospitality, handicraft, transport, and local culture. It multiplies the benefits across the state, creating the opportunities behind the port. The theme of this roadshow with a smart port and safe navigations is very timely. Ports of the future is must invest in it. Digital operations and cargo handling, vessels traffic management system and modern aids to navigation, green energy and emission reduction, skill development for our youth to join maritime careers. Goa is fully committed to these priorities, ensuring both the growth and environmental protection. To industry leaders and investors present here today, I say with the confidence, Goa is ready for long-term partnership. Opportunities are open. Port-led industries development, cruise and coastal tourism, ship repair and maintenance, the container and logistic services, our government assurance policies, clarity, investor facilitations and infrastructure support at every stage. We are pleased to be the part of the Indian Maritime Week 2025, which will be held in Mumbai 27th to 31st of October 2025. It will be truly the global platform with the 100+ countries with 10,000 delegations and 500 exhibitors and over the 1 lakh visitors. The last year I have personally visited and I'm surprised to see that whole global maritime industry were present there, and it is a worth seeing. I'll say you must visit this expo. Event like Sagar Manthan, the CEO conference, UNISCAP session and Global Maritime CEO Forum will shape the global policy and collaboration. I'm very pleased to know that our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, will be personally interacted with the global CEOs to chat the course of India's maritime future, taking another leap towards the Vikasit Bharat. I urge all the stakeholders from the Goa to actively participate and showcase our strength to the world. Goa's maritime journey, as India moves towards becoming a maritime leader, Goa stands proudly as a natural partner. We are building the smarter port, safer sea route, and a sustainable maritime economy that is an inclusive and forward-looking. Let us today's roadshow be the more than discussion, let it be call to action. Together, with the support of the central and state government, industry, academia and civil society, we will create a Goa model that India and the world can learn from. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, sir. And now to conclude, may I request Dr. Jatinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General, PhD, CCI, to give the formal vote of thanks.
A very good evening to all the distinguished people in this room. Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawantji, Honorable Ministers, our esteemed speakers. In fact, it is my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks at the conclusion of this very engaging and insightful roadshow under the banner of India Maritime Week 2025. At the outset, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest for this program, Honorable Chief Minister Dr. Pramod Sawantji, for his inspiring address and for his continued support towards positioning Goa as a very, very vibrant maritime hub. Our sincere thanks to Shri Sadanand Sheth Tanwadeji, Honorable Member of Parliament Rajya Sabha. In fact, the record he has created by asking the maximum number of questions in the Parliament is definitely very, very encouraging. And in fact, while I was having Conversation with him, I asked him whether you ask only questions related to Goa State. He said he asked questions from Goa State, but as well as the questions or challenges of the national interest also. So thank you very much, sir. Respected Shri Mobin Godinoji, Honorable Minister for Transport and Industries, for your gracious presence and the valuable words of encouragement. We also thank Shri N. Muruganandamji, Director General of Lighthouses and Lightships, Dr. N. Vinod Kumar, Chairperson, Mormugao Port Authority, Shri Mukesh Mangalji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, the Navik Cell, the officials and members of the Navik Cell for their vision and the leadership in strengthening India's maritime and navigation ecosystem. A special word of appreciation goes to our eminent speakers of the preceding session, the panelists and the experts who have shared their deep insights on smart ports, navigational safety, VTMS, add-ons, artificial intelligence and space-based solutions. Your contributions have added tremendous value to today's deliberations, and I encourage all of you to please put up your stall in the India Maritime Week and showcase all your best work that you have done to the global leaders who will be in fact converging from 27th October to 31st October 2025 at Mumbai. I would also like to thank the Indian Ports Association for briefing us about the India Maritime Week 2025 and encouraging wide participation from industry stakeholders. Last but not the least, I extend my sincere thanks to MPA and DGLL for their excellent collaboration, to all the colleagues at PhD Chamber of Commerce Industry, and to each one of you in this audience for your active participation and support. Today's roadshow has reminded us that collaboration is the anchor of progress, and as we look ahead to the India Maritime Week 2025, let us carry forward the spirit of innovation, partnership and commitment that has been evident here. So with that, I once again thank each one of you for your presence, your insight and your support. Together, let us continue this transformative journey towards smarter ports, safer seas and a future-ready maritime India. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. To conclude on a patriotic note, can I request everyone to please stand for the national anthem? Thank you.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
And a small last ask from our dignitaries. Can we just come forward for a group photograph, please? And can I invite Shri Vinayak Rao sir, Deputy Chair, Mormugao Port, to also please join us on the dais. And a big round of applause for all our dignitaries. Thank you so much for being here. And we'll see you all at the India Maritime Week in October in Mumbai. Inviting everyone for networking dinner outside. Thank you so much for being here and being a part of this mega event. Thank you, sir.